stage of his visit there. Later, when he visited Madikeri, which is about 40 to 50 kilometers from the Stitimati area,
right.
In Madikeri, once again black flags being waved at him. Even as several Congress workers started to gather around his car, some eggs as well are being thrown at his convoy there.
Okay, thank you Deepak for joining us with those inputs. We've got more breaking news coming in. This is from West Bengal related to the judicial custody and the bail plea that had been filed by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Their 14-day custody was ending today, but they have got no respite from the court. It has now been extended till the 31st of August. Tamal, when the court ruled in favor of ED, what were the observations made?
Well, very interesting. The bail petition as being moved by Partha Chatterjee was in a way, it was put forth along with the justification that Partha Chatterjee is not keeping well, that he has got chronic illness, that his hemoglobin count has gone down, that at the same time there are other chronic comorbidities which have now aggravated. That's the reason he needs medical attention immediately, without which, quote unquote, the counsel of Partha Chatterjee said that he might die. To which the Enforcement Directorate has strongly objected and said that he has fallen sick after being arrested, that his illness, quote unquote, is nothing but a fakery, and that in the course of investigation in the past 14 days, Enforcement Directorate has found out that there are 60 bank accounts which have been allegedly used for transaction of money. That's one. Second of all, there are 30 shell companies which have been identified by ED, which have been allegedly used for laundering of money. Third, very important point, Enforcement Directorate was initially challenged as whether the LICs which are there on the name of Arpita Mukherjee and if Partha Chatterjee is the nominee, it is not the responsibility of the Partha Chatterjee to prove that he was, it was his decision or his discretion, to which the Enforcement Directorate today has said that in Arpita Mukherjee's LIC policies, the phone numbers given to LIC as a company was that of Partha Chatterjee's. So overall, after arguments from both sides, the court has decided no bail would be given to Partha Chatterjee as of now, and both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee sent to judicial custody once again till August 31.
Right, a lot of unanswered questions, the answers to which might be found by the law enforcement agencies as they question the duo over the course of next 2 weeks till the 31st of August. Thank you, Tamal, for joining us. We take a very quick break.
Party symbol, flag of Bharatiya Janata Party is also there. But what is more shocking is this particular sticker which has been on the windshield of this car, which says that Vidhayak Vidhan Sabha Sachivalaya, Gadi number 0505. I'm sorry, it's a UP 32HH0001.
इससे बड़ी शर्म की बात नहीं हो सकती। am saying some things that are maybe not the easiest thing in the world to hear. I'm not sitting here or standing here promising you tens and tens of billions of pounds of goodies straight away, because I don't think that's the right thing to do for our economy. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be straight with the country about the challenges we face and what is going to be required to fix them. And that's why I think you can trust me on this, because I'm prepared to do that, even though it's going to cost me politically.
Maharashtra Gopalakrishnan. We cut across live to the press conference coming in from Union Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Anurag Thakur.
बिजली भी देते हैं, राशन भी देते हैं, मुफ्त में देते हैं, और अब उनको फ्लैट भी मुफ्त में देने चली थी दिल्ली की केजरीवाल सरकार। और ये इससे पता चलता है कि ये जो चिट्ठी है इसमें स्पष्ट तौर पर दिखता है, तारीख भी ऊपर लिखी हुई है 23/6/2021, जब दिल्ली की ही सरकार के अधिकारी चिट्ठी लिखी कि EWS फ्लैट जो है बकरवाला में वो सब देने का काम किसको किया जाए, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को देने का काम किया जाए। फिर झूठ बोलने का काम एक बार केजरीवाल जी और उनके मंत्रियों ने किया है, जो रेवड़ियां बांटने का काम करते रहे। मैं एक बात स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, हालांकि गृह मंत्री जी ने तो ये सदन के पटल पर भी कहा और बाकी भी सदन में भी कहा, और एक कहा भी कि घुसपैठिए के रूप में ही गिने जाएंगे। उनको वापस भेजने की बात विदेश मंत्रालय के माध्यम से संबंधित देशों से की जा रही है, और दिल्ली सरकार को डिटेंशन सेंटर बनाने के लिए कहा गया था, स्थान चयन करने के लिए कहा गया था, लेकिन दिल्ली की सरकार ने पिछले 1-2 सालों में वो भी काम करने का काम नहीं किया है। ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कि डिटेंशन सेंटर वो नहीं तय कर पाए? ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कि वो मुफ्त में राशन, दाल, पानी, चावल से लेकर बिजली से लेकर अब घर देने तक का काम रोहिंग्या मुसलमान के लिए करने की बात कर रहे हैं? शायद शराब के जो आरोप उनके ऊपर लगे, और पहले उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जो घोटाले करते हुए जेल में है, स्वास्थ्य मंत्री की तो याददाश्त चले गई, एक्साइज मंत्री एक्सक्यूज करने से बार बार नहीं हटते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री के पास कोई विभाग नहीं है, लेकिन रोहिंग्या के लिए जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनके लिए सारी सुविधाएं देने का काम करते हैं। आखिरकार किसके कहने पर दिल्ली सरकार ने कहां पे कभी चर्चा की, क्यों ये EWS फ्लैट देने की बात अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार ने कही और उनके नीचे के अधिकारियों ने बात कही है? इस बात का जवाब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को देना होगा। जब उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री के घोटाले पर बात की जाती है, जब उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री के घोटाले पर बात की जाती है, तब भी वो जवाब नहीं देते, कहते उनकी याददाश्त चले गई। उनके शराब नीति पर चर्चा की जाती है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जवाब नहीं देते हैं, मुफ्त की रेवड़ियां बांटने से वो बाज नहीं आते, और अब रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को भी मुफ्त में फ्लैट देने चले थे। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि ये झूठे भी हैं और अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने के लिए भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार पीछे नहीं हटती। हमारे लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा प्राथमिकता है, और इसको लेकर हमने पहले भी कहा है, घुसपैठियों की पनाह और उनको जगह यहां पर नहीं होगी, उनको उनके देश में वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय उसके लिए बातचीत कर रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी डिटेंशन सेंटर क्यों नहीं, स्थान क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, जगह क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, ये उनसे मेरा आज भी सवाल है, और उनसे पहले भी जितने सवाल पूछे गए आज तक कभी उस पर उन्होंने जवाब नहीं दिया है। तो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री क्या जागेंगे और जवाब देंगे?
मुख्यमंत्री तो नहीं, लेकिन उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कह रहे हैं कि देखिए मुख्यमंत्री की तो जानकारी में नहीं था, LG के माध्यम से जो है इस तरीके से डिसीजन ले लिया जाता है, और जो है मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री को पता भी नहीं।
दिल्ली सरकार के मंत्री हो या मुख्यमंत्री हो, इनको घोटालों से बाहर आने की आदत पड़ेगी तब कुछ कर पाएंगे। शराब नीति को लेकर आज तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए। शराफत तो छोड़ी थी, झूठे आरोप लगाकर भागने का काम करते हैं, कीचड़ उछालकर भागने का काम करते हैं। सत्य तो कागज बोलते हैं। क्या इस मीटिंग को आज भी ये फिर कहेंगे? मैं फिर बार बार ये कागज दिखा रहा हूं। क्या दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस पर जवाब देंगे? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जवाब तो आपको देना होगा। चाहे वो सुरेंद्र जैन जी का घोटाला हो या आपका शराब का घोटाला हो, आप ये कहकर नहीं बच सकते कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास कोई विभाग नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं। ये भी अपने आप में देश में एक ऐसा उदाहरण है, विभाग कोई नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जिम्मेदारी कोई नहीं लेकिन 8 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं। कहते थे मैं राजनीति में नहीं आऊंगा, बच्चों की कसम खाता हूं, लेकिन राजनीति में आए। मुख्यमंत्री हैं लेकिन जवाब देने के लिए राजी नहीं है। तो जवाब दे कौन दिल्ली सरकार में? हमारा सवाल ये भी है।
अनुराग सिसोदिया जी ने गृह मंत्री को एक चिट्ठी भी लिखी है। उन्होंने कहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार तो खिलाफ है, केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है, दोनों खिलाफ है। तो किसके इशारे पर दिल्ली के अधिकारियों ने मीटिंग की, जबकि न मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया न उप मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया?
मुझे लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अपनी बैठक बुला के पूछना भी चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये चिट्ठी क्यों लिखी गई। दिल्ली के किसी अधिकारी ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे चिट्ठी लिखी होगी, कैसे लिखी होगी? अमानतुल्लाह खान क्या अपने आप अनाज पानी राशन बांटता है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के कहने पे रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को बांटते हैं, उनको स्थायी करने की बात करते हैं? मैं तो नहीं कहता, वो कहते हैं। कहते कि नहीं कहते? आप सबके सामने कहते हैं। दिखाइए उनका वीडियो, दिखाइए कैसे सामान बांटते हैं। रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की शह पर उनके विधायक सामान बांटते हैं।
सर, एक और आरोप लगाया उन्होंने सिसोदिया जी ने, वो हरदीप पुरी जी के ट्वीट का हवाला देते हुए कहा कि ये तो एक तरफ दुष्कर्म कर रहे हैं, उनका केंद्र सरकार।
मैं बड़ा स्पष्ट कर देता हूं एक बात, गृह मंत्रालय ने बड़ा स्पष्ट करके कहा है कि रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को जो पहले की स्थिति थी वैसे ही उनको ना यहाँ का नागरिक माना जाएगा, उनको वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय के साथ बातचीत करके लगातार काम जारी है। और एक बात मैं और स्पष्ट कर दूं, सदन में भी कहा, बाहर भी कहा है, और जो गृह मंत्रालय ने स्पष्टीकरण देते हुए कहा, आखिरी स्टेटमेंट वही है।
सर, एक सवाल और है, जो सिसोदिया ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है अमित शाह को, उन्होंने कहा कि जांच कराई जाए कि किसके कहने पे फ्लैट अलॉट करने वाली बात सामने है, क्या इसकी जांच होगी?
अरे जिस चीज की जांच होती है, सत्येंद्र जैन जी जो घोटाला करके करोड़ों रुपए खाने के बाद आज जेल में है, उस पे तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी उनको बाहर नहीं निकाल पाए। अगली जांच क्या मांगते हैं? जो शराब नीति में घोटाला करने के बाद 144 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला करके आज भी दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री बने, उनके बाकी मुख्यमंत्री वहां पे बने हुए, इनकी सरकार को जांच का कहां फर्क पड़ता है जी?
अनुराग जी, now the letter which you are citing, in this letter, the last line says what Aam Aadmi Party government is saying, that in this letter, FRRO, which comes under MHA, says they requested Aam Aadmi Party government to provide them shelter for those flats, and therefore they had written this letter.
आज तक शेल्टर क्या मिलता है? क्या शेल्टर मिलता है? क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हिम्मत है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, तो आकर बताइए आज तक रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को क्या शेल्टर मिलता था? कैसे रहते थे वो? किन इलाकों में रहते थे? गृह मंत्रालय ने बार बार कहा वही 2 स्थानों पर उनको रिटेंशन करनी है, वहीं पर उनको रखना है, उससे बाहर नहीं करना है। उनकी घुसपैठियों को वहीं पर रखने की इजाजत वहीं तक ही थी। क्यों अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु हुए कि जो टेंट में रहते हैं उनको फ्लैट देने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को करने की बात कर रहे हैं, लिख के दे रहे हैं उनके अधिकारी। तो ये कहां किसने लिख के दिया था कि उनको फ्लैट देना? अगर वो तंबू में पहले रहते थे तो क्या उनको फ्लैट देने का काम किया जा रहा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों पर क्यों? क्या जवाब देंगे?
बीजेपी की सरकार की स्पष्ट नीति जो पहले की क्या आज भी वही है? बीच में जब नीति करवाया उसके बाद
हम जब सत्ता में नहीं थे तब भी और आज जब सत्ता में है तब भी एक ही नीति, राष्ट्र प्रथम, राष्ट्र सुरक्षा प्रथम। राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा को हम सबसे आगे लेकर चलते हैं, इंडिया फर्स्ट की नीति को लेकर चलते हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग जो दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जैसी लोग सरकार बनाते हैं, उनके लिए रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिया प्राथमिकता हो जाती है। हमारे लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा आज भी प्राथमिकता है, आगे भी प्राथमिकता है।
जो यूट्यूब चैनल्स जो बैन किए हैं मंत्रालय में, पहले भी ऐसे कदम उठाए गए थे, बावजूद इसके ऐसे यूट्यूब चैनल फिर से आ जा रहे हैं।
जब मैंने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की अभी बात कही तो मैं एक बात आपको और स्पष्ट कर दूं, चाहे घुसपैठियों की बात हो या बाकी बात हो, आतंकवाद की बात हो, हम कड़ी कार्रवाई भी करते हैं। जब यूट्यूब के माध्यम से या वेब पोर्टल्स के माध्यम से कोई देश के लोगों में भय भ्रम फैलाने का काम करता है और देश को बांटने का प्रयास करता है, इससे भी देश की सुरक्षा को खतरा होता है, तो सूचना प्रसारण मंत्रालय से हमने पिछले 4 महीनों में लगातार कार्रवाई करते हुए 102 से ज़्यादा ऐसे यूट्यूब चैनल्स को और बाकी पोर्टल्स पर रोक भी लगाई है, जिनके लाखों से नहीं करोड़ों लोग उनको देखते हैं। यानी कि वो गलत जानकारी देते हैं, देश को बांटने का काम करते हैं, भय भ्रम फैलाते हैं। हमने 8 चैनल्स पर रोक लगाई है और आगे भी लगाएंगे जो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करेगा। इस पे कोई भी समझौता नहीं है।
This row has been escalating over the past 24 hours with both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party trading charges as far as the accommodation that was given to Rohingyas is concerned. Listen in to what Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, had to say earlier in the day as far as this entire controversy is concerned. He is of course training his guns at the BJP and the centre.
और जिसकी पुष्टि इस बात से भी होती है कि हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी ने बाकायदा उसको अपलोड करते हुए ट्वीट किया था। केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री हैं वो, और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलोड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी के अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है?
Bihar Shusasan Babu Nitish Kumar is now being termed as Kushasan Babu by his erstwhile ally. While a wanted man is sworn in as a law mantri, a murder accused finds a place in Nitish's cabinet. While the taint is embraced, Bihar is rocked by a series of gruesome shootings and murders. In Patna, a young girl on her way to a coaching center is shot from point-blank range. The chilling shooting is caught on camera, where a man can be seen waiting for his victim. As she crosses, he takes aim and shoots. She is still battling for her life in the ICU.
तो जो मन में आवेगा बोलेगा ना, चलिए ना, कभी जरूरत होगा तब ना सब बतवा बोलेंगे, समझ गए ना? एक एक चीज का बोलेंगे, ऐसे तो ऐसे ही लोग प्रचार प्रसार में कुछ बोलते उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। अब तो और ज्यादा काम और तेजी से होगा, चिंता मत करिएगा। नहीं, वो सब देखा जा रहा है कि मामला क्या है।
And as instances of lawlessness increase, Nitish is even battling dissent from his own party. When he was questioned on taint in his team, he casually says, "देख रहे हैं."
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है, और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताएं पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है।
आप तो जो मन में आवेगा बोलेगा ना, चलिए ना, कभी जरूरत होगा तब ना सब बतवा बोलेंगे, समझ गए ना? एक एक चीज का बोलेंगे, ऐसे तो ऐसे ही लोग प्रचार प्रसार में कुछ बोलते उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। अब तो और ज्यादा काम और तेजी से होगा, चिंता मत करिएगा। नहीं, वो सब देखा जा रहा है कि मामला क्या है।
And these crimes continue in Bihar. An army man was killed in Kankerbagh this morning. He was going to catch a train. During this time, criminals asked for the address of the Patna junction and snatched his bag and started absconding. When the man protested, the criminals opened fire on him, due to which he died on the spot. After the post-mortem, the body of this army personnel has been sent to his village.
एक आर्मी का जवान कुम्हरार में डेरा पे रह रहा था। सुबह पाटलिपुत्र स्टेशन पे जाना था। अर्ली मॉर्निंग 4 बजे वो अपने चचेरे भाई के साथ बाइक पे जा रहा था, तो 2 बाइक पे अज्ञात क्रिमिनल आए। उन्होंने पहले उनसे पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता पूछा। जब पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता बताया, इसी के दौरान ही उसको गोली मार के और वो लोग चले गए। अभी मामले की छानबीन चल रही है कि क्या मामला है।
Let's go across now to Saket as well as Aditya, who are joining us live. I'm going to come across to you first. Aditya, this is of course a spate of crimes that we're seeing, and now even an army man not being spared. It is of course a very clear reflection of the law and order situation on ground, is what the BJP is saying.
Well, exactly. As far as the law and order situation of Bihar is concerned, of course, it is on a downhill trend, and that there are several incidents being reported across the different districts. We had a body of a girl found hanging in a mango orchard in Vaishali district, and the family and the victim's family categorically alleges that she was actually murdered after being raped in that area. And that being said, they also leveled clear charges that they have been running to the police stations and local police station for like 4 or 5 days, and but of no avail, and finally the body was found. So this is something that has become the, you can say, the order of the day for quite some time, and this has also come into light after the Bharadkhol 2.0 has come into force.
Right. Let me take this across to Saket. Saket, यहाँ पे सिर्फ एक मंत्री नहीं, 2 मंत्रियों पे सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं, और जो जवाब आ रहे हैं मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री से, कोई भी सीधा सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा कि आगे क्या करेंगे वो कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के लिए।
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिन मंत्रियों पर ये आरोप लगे हैं वो काफी गंभीर आरोप हैं। आप समझिए, अपहरण का मामला है, कई पॉस्को एक्ट भी कई मंत्रियों पर लगे हुए हैं, और ऐसे मंत्री लगभग आधा दर्जन मंत्री हैं अभी नीतीश कैबिनेट में, और खास करके आरजेडी कोटे से जो मंत्री बने हैं उन लोगों पर ये आरोप है। तो ऐसे में नीतीश कुमार की अगर आप यहाँ पर बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखेंगे, वो अभी भी टालमटोल की स्थिति में। आज भी उनसे जब सवाल पूछा गया तो वो कह रहे हैं कि इसे मैं दिखवा रहा हूं, इसे देख रहा हूं। सवाल ये है कि आखिर नीतीश कुमार किस प्रेशर में है, क्योंकि इससे पहले जब इस तरह की घटनाएं होती थी, किसी मंत्री पर एलिगेशन होता था, तो उनसे तुरंत नीतीश कुमार इस्तीफे की बात करते थे। आपको याद होगा जब तेजस्वी यादव से इन्होंने गठबंधन तोड़ा था आरजेडी से पिछली बार, तो उस समय तेजस्वी यादव पर जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप थे उस पर उन्होंने जवाब मांगा था, और जब तेजस्वी यादव ने जवाब नहीं दिया तो उन्होंने इस आधार पर गठबंधन तोड़ दिया। लेकिन अब देखिए किस तरह से नीतीश कुमार कमजोर पड़े हैं इस गठबंधन में, जो उनकी सीटें हैं वो कम हुई है इस गठबंधन में, और कहीं ना कहीं आरजेडी जो है वो उसका दबाव है, क्योंकि 79 सीटें जो है वो आरजेडी की है, और जेडीयू के ऊपर इसका प्रेशर भी है। यही वजह है कि नीतीश कुमार अब चाहकर भी कोई फैसला नहीं ले सकते हैं। जहां तक नीतीश कुमार के यूएसपी की बात करें तो वो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इस तरह की चीजों में कभी समझौता नहीं करते थे, लेकिन अब चूंकि उनका गठबंधन आरजेडी के साथ है और ऐसे लगभग आधा दर्जन मंत्री उनके कैबिनेट में है जिन पर गंभीर आरोप है, फिर भी नीतीश कुमार कुछ भी बोलने से बच रहे हैं, सिर्फ टाल मटोल इस मुद्दे पर वो कर रहे हैं।
Alright, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। In fact, let's listen to some more reactions coming in on the story. Here's PL Punya of the Congress Party and KTS Tulsi, noted lawyer and Rajya Sabha member as well.
देखिए, बिहार में जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आरोप है, लॉ मिनिस्टर के ऊपर किडनैपिंग का अरेस्ट वारंट है, तो अरेस्ट वारंट इस बीच में अगर है तो नीतीश कुमार की सरकार ने किया होगा, तो इसका मतलब है कि निष्पक्षता से काम हो रहा है। अब आगे भी अगर आरोप है, अरेस्ट वारंट है, तो लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स।
Well, these are very serious matters, and I think it will affect the standing of the party of the new government. They must take a principled stand on this and remove him from the member as a minister. And I think this is something very serious. Now I am glad that Nitish Kumar has ordered every MLA who has been successful to file an affidavit.
All right, let's go right back, in fact, to our reporters. Aditya, you heard there what is being said by, in fact, Mr. P.L. Punia, the Congress leader. He said that if there is any proof, then the Chief Minister will surely act. But we have been putting out this story for the past 48 hours. Action doesn't seem to be taking place.
Well, exactly. As far as action is concerned, no action has been taken so far. And interestingly, the statements that are coming are nothing but, you can say, something to just divert the attention, or you can say that they are actually trying to evade the exact question that is actually posing the state of Bihar and that of the state government here. Well, and that interesting to note here also is that even the opposition is... am I audible?
Yes, go ahead, Aditya.
Yeah, even the opposition is categorically at loggerheads with the state government, and we had a press conference of BJP earlier this day that actually slammed the state government and also said that not less than a dozen ministers have tainted past and they have all sorts of allegations, criminal allegations against them.
और let me put this question across to साकेत. साकेत, सवाल ये उठता है कि 2015 में जब महागठबंधन की सरकार बनी थी तब वो 2 साल चली थी, लेकिन इस तरह की अगर घटनाएं सामने कैबिनेट के गठन के तुरंत बाद अगर सामने आती है तो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़े सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि सरकार भी क्या चल पाएगी ऐसी परिस्थिति में जब इस तरह के क्राइम ही सामने नहीं आ रहे, लेकिन मंत्रियों पर भी गंभीर आरोप लग रहे हैं.
देखिए, अब नीतीश कुमार के सामने मजबूरी है, क्योंकि आप 2015 की जो चर्चा कर रहे हैं उस समय जब आरजेडी से उस सरकार में 2 साल तक लगभग 18 महीने से अधिक वो सरकार चली थी, जब तेजस्वी यादव और नीतीश कुमार के गठबंधन की यहाँ पर सरकार थी आरजेडी और जेडीयू. उस समय 18 महीने के बाद नीतीश कुमार ने उस गठबंधन को इसलिए तोड़ दिया कि उस पर भ्रष्टाचार के मामले तेजस्वी यादव पर आए थे और भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने अलग वो हो गए. लेकिन इस बार जिस तरह से मंत्री जब ओथ ले रहे हैं, जिस समय ये मंत्री ओथ ले रहे हैं उस समय कोर्ट में उनको हाजिर होना है जो कानून मंत्री है. और ऐसे मंत्रियों को
Thanks so much, Saket, for joining us, and Aditya with all those updates. There's a statement coming in from the Neptune Group on the incident that has taken place in the Raigarh boat. In fact, this is a statement from Neptune Group. It says in June 2022, Neptune P2P Group provided private security on the vessel My Lady Han. The yacht was damaged during monsoon in the Arabian Sea, causing the captain to declare an emergency. While the crew were rescued, the yacht was unable to be salvaged due to the extreme weather conditions. Earlier this morning, Neptune P2P Group was made aware that the vessel, which was presumed sunk, had washed up on Indian shores. Neptune P2P Group had, in fact, also stated that they're working with the owner of the vessel and the Indian authorities to determine the official recovery procedures of the vessel and controlled items. Let's go across to Pratibha joining us for more on this. Pratibha, this is the first official statement now coming in from the group that owned the vessel.
That's right, Madhav. Let me just read out the statement that has been issued. It's a maritime security group based in Dubai, and this is their first statement on the incident. The boat belongs to the Neptune Group. So this is a statement. In June 2022, Neptune P2P Group provided private security on the vessel My Lady Han. The yacht was damaged during a monsoon in the Arabian Sea, causing the captain to declare an emergency. While the crew were rescued, the yacht was unable to be salvaged due to the extreme weather conditions. Earlier this morning, the Neptune P2P Group were made aware that the vessel, which was presumed sunk, had washed up on the Indian shores. So, the group has issued this statement saying they are working with the owner of the vessel and the Indian and UK authorities to determine the official recovery procedures of the vessel and control and the items, but no mention being made of the AK47s, the explosives that were found on board, because that is what has caused a lot of panic, and that is what had caused a lot of panic, and as well as the officials coming to the spot and conducting such operations there. So there's no word on what was found there, but this was the information that had come in, that the boat had capsized a few days ago, and then it is said to have washed ashore, Madhav.
All right, thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with that statement. A very significant statement coming in. In fact, the company coming out to clarify that in fact the boat had in fact was believed to have sunk mid-sea, but that's not quite what happened. They have just gotten information that the boat has been washed ashore. Once again, if you could break this down, what does this mean really, Pratibha? Because there's a lot of concern being expressed as far as the finding of the weapons are concerned. Any further details of what really this statement really means for our viewers?
Well, as of now, from the statement, the only information that is coming is that the boat had been had capsized. That's the information that the police sources had also initially revealed, because the moment the boat had been found, the officials got in touch with the boat owners. It belongs to the Neptune P2P group, and this is the information that they had provided to the police officials as well, that the boat had capsized a few days ago, that it was in a tattered condition. But that did not seem to be the case, because we saw the visuals as well. The boat was intact and there was no explanation whatsoever to the explosives that were found on the boat. So the police officials initially, of course, as they were investigating, they said that the terror angle has not been ruled out yet. This is the first statement that has come in from the group.
We'll have
but
to leave
yet
it there for
again,
the moment. Thanks so much for joining us, Pratibha, with that update. For the moment, slipping into a very quick break. More news and updates in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
And I'm Swati Joshi. Let's begin the broadcast with the headlines at the start. Massive terror scare, boat loaded with AK47s found in Raigarh. Possibility of a 2611 style terror plan not ruled out. Park hand under scanner. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar remains defiant amid row over appointment of tainted ministers in cabinet and return of Jungle Raj, where a woman was shot in broad daylight in the capital.
As long as I am Chancellor, there is no question that favoritism, nepotism will be allowed in the matter of appointments.
Kerala Governor cracks down on nepotism in Kerala, strikes down the appointment of a left Neta's wife. Savarkar controversy rages in Karnataka. BJP workers welcome Congress leader Siddaramaiah with Savarkar posters and black flags. His convoy also egged in Madikeri. Court extends Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee's judicial custody till 31st of August in the cash for jobs scandal. This after Partha remained defiant, saying that everything will be proven in time. No end to war of words over Rohingya row. Now Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister urges Home Minister Amit Shah to order probe to ascertain on whose instructions the decision to shift Rohingya Muslims to EWS flats was taken. Ecosystem attempts to block another integration move after non-locals get voting rights in the valley. Opposition says BJP taking away rights of Kashmiris. In her first statement after the release of her rapists, Bilkis Bano says, "Give back my rights to live." Opposition questions government, says she was denied justice as she is a woman and a Muslim. And Rushdie's attack confirmed as a hate crime. Attacker confesses tried to kill the celebrated author because of his anti-Islamic stance. The Governor of Kerala has stayed appointment of Associate Professor in the Department of Malayalam in Kannur University. The Governor has sought a report over the alleged irregularity in the appointment of Dr. Priya Varghese, an Associate Professor in the Malayalam Department. Dr. Priya, in fact, is the wife of Chief Minister's Private Secretary and former MP KK Ragesh. A complaint was given by Save University campaign stating that the UGC rules were flouted during her appointment. The complaint says that she does not have the necessary years of teaching experience to be appointed to this post. The Kerala Governor, Arif Mohammad Khan, while taking action, while staying the appointment, said as far as he is the Chancellor of the universities, there will not be any sort of favoritism and nepotism, and he will not allow that to happen.
One thing, only one thing. As long as I am Chancellor, there is no question that favoritism, nepotism will be allowed in the matter of appointments.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അതായത് നാളെ അവധിയാണ്, മറ്റന്നാള്
കോടതിയെ സമീപിക്കും.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും
അതായത് ഇല്ലാത്ത അധികാര പരിധിയിലാണ് പിന്നെ ഗവർണർ കൈകാട്ടുന്നത്, ഇല്ലാത്ത
ഞങ്ങള്
ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്.
ഇത് രണ്ട് ഇതും വെച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങള് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും, കോടതിയിലേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടി വരും. ഈ എഴുത്തിന്റെ ഈ ആക്ഷന്റെ ഈ എഴുത്ത് ഈ ഡയറക്ഷൻ കിട്ടിയില്ലേ, ഈ ഡയറക്ഷൻ ഞങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കും കോടതിനോട് ശരിയാണോ അല്ലേ.
അതായത് നിയമവിരുദ്ധമായിട്ടൊന്നും ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല ഈ നിയമനത്തിൽ അതിൽ ഓപ്ഷൻ നിൽക്കുക.
Union Minister V. Muralidharan has slammed the left government, in fact has made a big claim that there is corruption and that the Chief Minister's role is clear in it. Listen in.
It's a clear case of corruption, and the violation of the constitutional norms, allowing the rule of law to be implemented. The governor had to intervene. I would say that the governor has upheld the rule of law. Governor being the custodian of the constitution, he has done his duty, for which I would like to congratulate him. Here this Vice Chancellor was given a reappointment, flouting the rules. And it is the home district of the Chief Minister. It is understood that it is the personal interest of the Chief Minister that has ultimately resulted in that reappointment. So all these things point out to the deep level of corruption that is there in the government of Kerala.
CPM നേതാക്കളുടെ ബന്ധുക്കൾക്കായിട്ട് റിസർവ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തും നടന്നിരിക്കുന്ന അതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ കണ്ണൂർ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ നടന്നത് 25 വർഷത്തെ അധ്യാപന പരിചയവും 100-ലധികം ഗവേഷണ പ്രബന്ധങ്ങൾ രചിച്ചതുമായ ഒരു അധ്യാപകന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ സ്കോർ 656 ആണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ അപ്പോയിന്റ്മെന്റ് കൊടുക്കാൻ പോയ ആളുടെ സ്കോർ അക്കാര്യത്തിൽ 156 ആണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിൽ ഈ 156 ഉള്ള ആൾക്ക് 32 മാർക്കും 656 ഉള്ള സ്കോറുള്ള ആൾക്ക് 30 മാർക്കും കൊടുത്ത് ഈ നിയമനത്തെ സംവിധാനത്തെ തന്നെ അട്ടിമറിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇത് കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന അധ്യാപകരെ നിയമിക്കുന്നതാണ്. നിരവധി ഗവേഷണ പ്രബന്ധങ്ങൾ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് PhD എല്ലാം എടുത്ത് പോസ്റ്റ് ഡോക്ടറേറ്റ് ഡിഗ്രി എടുത്ത് നടക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് ഒരവസരവും കൊടുക്കാതെ അർഹതയില്ലാത്ത ആളുകൾക്ക് ഈ സ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ കയറിപ്പറ്റാനുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്.
Let's go across to Vivek. He's joining us with more details. The opposition, of course, has slammed the government, has alleged that this is a case of corruption. We also heard the governor saying that he will not allow favoritism or nepotism till he is the chancellor.
Exactly. Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is very, very clear in what he says. He says that he will not allow any kind of nepotism or favoritism in his tenure. Remember, the whole issue is regarding the appointment of Priya Varghese, the wife of KK Ragesh, as the associate professor in the university, in the Malayalam department, in the Kannur University. Now, Priya Varghese, according to the, sources what we get, in the thesis score, her score was 156, whereas the topmost score was around 550. But in the interview, she managed to be the topper with 32, and the second person was 30. The biggest question here that's been, taken up is that why is that a person who's got the least score being selected for the post of the associate professor? Now, Arif Mohammad Khan has clearly said that he will not allow these kind of activities in the university, and hence he has stalled the appointment of Priya Varghese as the associate professor in the Malayalam department of the Kannur University. Now, yesterday night, the Vice Chancellor of Kannur University, Gopinath Ravindran, has informed that they will be approaching the Kerala High Court. Now, it looks like clearly a face-off between the left government and the governor.
Absolutely.
The governor has left to Delhi now.
Also demanding that all the appointments that were made in the last 6 years should be looked into. Thank you very much, Vivek, for getting us the details. We're moving on now and shifting our focus to the developments related to the gang rape of Bilkis Bano. That case, when it happened, Bilkis Bano was barely 20 years old when she was brutally gang raped, 5 months pregnant, fleeing violence with her 3.5-year-old daughter. She saw 7 members of her family being butchered by the rioters. Her mother and 3 other women were raped and brutally assaulted. According to the CBI, the heads of the corpses had been severed after the autopsy so that the bodies could not be even identified. 20 years later, the fear is back to haunt Bilkis. The survivor of 2002 issued a statement saying her belief in the judicial system has been shaken after those who devastated her life were set free. She said that she has been left numb with the premature release of all the 11 convicts in a case related to the gang rape and murder of her 7 family members during the 2002 riots. One of the convicts' lawyer, however, defended the premature release, saying that the Gujarat government considered the 1992 rules of remission as per directions of the Supreme Court and not the 2014 rules, which does not permit release of those accused in gang rape with murder cases.
The law for last 20 years, and which has been reiterated in this case by Supreme Court in May 2022, is this, that a remission policy which is applicable at the time of conviction by the trial court, that has to be seen and not a subsequent policy of any state government. Now, 1992 policy says very clearly that an accused must suffer at least an actual sentence of 14 years before his case is considered for premature release. But in 2014 policy, they added a new clause that in case the investigation is conducted by CBI, they have to take permission from the central government in order to enable the case for premature release. A policy which is applicable at the time of conviction by the trial court, that has to be seen. Now in this case, the trial court has convicted the accused person in the year 2008. So naturally, a 2014 policy will not have a retrospective operation. That's a settled law. You can't have a retrospective operation of an incident which has occurred prior to 2014.
Now, the family of Bilkis Bano is not just saddened, but they are also living in fear as the rapists roam free.
ખબર સાંભળવાથી અમને એટલું બધું દુઃખ અને એક માયુસ થઈ ગયા છે કે અમે આટલા લાંબા સમયથી લડાઈ લડી એનો આ નતીજો છે એટલે અમે બહુ દુઃખ અને ડર જે ઓછો હતો એ આજે વધી ગયો છે. સરકાર તરફથી જે સહાય કરવામાં આવી છે 50 લાખ રૂપિયાની જે સહાય છે એમને ચૂકવી દેવામાં આવી છે અને સરકાર સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટે જે સરકારને આદેશ કર્યો છે કે એક મકાન એમને આપવું જોઈએ અને નોકરી આપવી જોઈએ એના વિશે હજુ કોઈ નિર્ણય નથી થયો.
Asudin Owaisi, AIMIM chief, has slammed the BJP over the release of Bilkis Bano's rapists. Owaisi says BJP leaders are part of the remission review panel. So how can they be trusted? How can justice be expected from them?
प्रधानमंत्री देश से 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से अपने भाषण में, तकरीर में महिलाओं की एम्पावरमेंट की बात की, महिलाओं के ताल्लुक से बड़ी अच्छी बातें की. उसी दिन भाजपा की गुजरात की सरकार ने उस महिला को, जिसकी 3 साल की बेटी को कत्ल कर दिया गया, जिसका बलात्कार हुआ, 11 लोगों ने उसका बलात्कार किया, उन लोगों को भाजपा की सरकार अपनी रेमिशन पॉलिसी के तहत उनको छोड़ती है. कि उस रेमिशन पॉलिसी की रिव्यू कमेटी में कौन था? एक का नाम था जनाब मुलचंदानी साहब, जो गोधरा के राइट्स में वो एक प्रोसिक्यूशन के विटनेस थे, और दूसरे उसमें बीजेपी भाजपा के 2 एमएलए थे. तो आप इनसे इंसाफ की कैसे उम्मीद रखते हैं रिव्यू कमेटी की?
A political war has now broken out over the release of Bilkis Bano's rapists, with the opposition calling it unfortunate.
So it's shocking that this is happening, and that too, I mean, the indelicacy on the Amrit Mahotsav day, they celebrate by releasing these criminals in this manner. It's very unfortunate.
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्य की बात है हमारे इंडिया के लिए, और मैं कंडेम करता हूं गुजरात सरकार की इस डिसीजन को, और मोदी साहब और शाह साहब को, अमित शाह जी को मैं आह्वान करता हूं कि आप जल्दी ऑर्डर करें, इसको विड्रॉ करें और उस 11 कन्विक्टेड को फिर अपनी जगह, जिस जगह पे वो रहना चाहिए वहां भेज दे. इसलिए कि देखिए होम मिनिस्ट्री का ये गाइडलाइन है कि इसी तरह जो सीवियर केसेस है उसमें रेमिशन पॉलिसी के अंडर में किसी को नहीं छूट दे सकते. उसमें रेप का केस भी है. प्रधानमंत्री जी चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल रहे थे, औरतों के सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी की बात कर रहे थे, आत्मनिर्भरशील की बात कर रहे थे, हमारे वुमेन्स की एम्पावरमेंट की बात कर रहे थे. दूसरे दिन उन्हीं की स्टेट में, जिस स्टेट से मोदी जी आते हैं, जहां वो लॉन्ग टाइम रोल किया है, उन्हीं के स्टेट में होम मिनिस्ट्री के रूल्स को वायलेट करते हुए गुजरात सरकार ने इस शर्मनाक डिसीजन लिया. मैं इसको कंडेम करता हूं. बिल्किस बानो.
Let's go across to Aishwarya is joining us on the broadcast with more details. Of course, we heard the political reactions of the opposition slamming the BJP, also pointing out how the Prime Minister spoke about women empowerment during his speech on the 15th of August. But on the other hand, the BJP government in Gujarat allowed Bilkis Bano's rapists now to roam free.
Well, that's right. The Congress and the other opposition parties have sharpened the attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party and especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi over state's old policy of remission, where 11 convicts were set free in Bilkis Bano's case, and the opposition parties are reminding the Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Narendra Modi that when on a day of 15th August, Prime Minister spoke from the Red Fort about about the women empowerment and women power. On the same day in Gujarat, the Gujarat government in one of its policy of remission, set 11 convicts free, which is shameful, and therefore they have clearly stated by attacking the BJP that the words and deeds of Prime Minister Modi is very different.
Right.
The BJP has to come down, has to.
Those details will keep on coming back to you for updates. With that, we're slipping into a very short break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia.
We are aware of reports of a proposed visit by this vessel at Hambantota port in August. Let me just say the government carefully monitors any development having a bearing on India's security and economic interests and takes all necessary measures to safeguard them.
unfortunately, I don't think you will see trade integration in the South Asian region. No. There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia. So we can keep that aside. We can have integration in dancing, we can have integration in cooking, but certainly are not going to have integration as far as the economy is concerned.
Lakh new voters, as revised rolls will include ordinary residents. As per the Chief Electoral Officer Hariharesh Kumar, those who were not enlisted as voters after abrogation of Article 370 will now be eligible to cast a vote in Jammu Kashmir, and in addition, anyone who is living ordinarily in a constituency can also avail the opportunity to get enlisted as a voter in the Union Territory in accordance with the Representation of People's Act.
काफी ऐसे लोग हैं जो पहले असेंबली में वोटर नहीं होते थे, लेकिन अब उनका नाम वोटर लिस्ट में आ सकता है, तो एक वो भी बड़ी तादाद में लोग अब आ सकते हैं अपना वोट दर्ज कराने के। रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट में रूल है कि पर्सन शुड बी ऑर्डिनरीली रिजाइडिंग इन द यूटी। एक और जो नई चीज है जो सर्विस वोटर्स हैं, हमारे यहाँ के काफी लोग दूसरे स्टेट्स में काम करते हैं, तो वो पीस स्टेशन में पोस्टेड हैं, तो वो यहाँ का भी वोट अपना बना सकते हैं।
This announcement, however, hasn't gone down well with the Valley Netas. We'll keep on tracking all the reactions on this big story. For now, a quick break.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
To commemorate 75 years of Indian independence, PM Modi launched Harihareshwar Tiranga campaign. And yes, the campaign is exactly what it sounds like. Under this, the centre aims to see the tricolor hoisted atop more than 20 crore houses across the country. The aim of the campaign is to motivate each and every citizen of the country to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Now, in order to make sure that Tiranga is within the reach of each and every citizen of this country, the centre had to make some amendments in the Flag Code 2002. Questioning the amendments, the Congress slammed the BJP and said that the amendments in the Flag Code were specially made to favour China. Later, Congress further alleged that centre is now trying to sell the national flag. But before we delve deeper into this, let's first have a look at the original Flag Code and the amendments made to it. The centre has amended certain rules of the Indian Flag Code 2002 to aid the launch of Harihareshwar Tiranga campaign. The centre, in the first amendment, allowed the use of polyester apart from cotton, wool, silk and khadi for making the hand-spun, hand-woven and machine-made flags. Earlier, the use of polyester and machine-made flags was not allowed. The next amendment came on July 20th, which allowed the display of Tiranga in open and also said that it can be hoisted day and night. Earlier, the flag was allowed to be hoisted only from sunrise to sunset, irrespective of the weather conditions. The amendment made by the centre in December 2021, which allowed the use of machine-made and polyester flags, is being widely criticized by the Congress. The Congress accuses BJP of favouring China by allowing the imports of polyester. Besides the opposition, some khadi weavers and some activists have also protested against the amendment brought by the centre in the Flag Code 2002. The Karnataka Khadi Udyog, for instance, has halted its operations and have also demanded a nationwide protest. The idea behind Harihareshwar Tiranga is to invoke the feeling of patriotism in the hearts of the people and to promote awareness about the national flag. The centre believes that by bringing the national flag home collectively, it will become symbolic of not only an act of personal connection to the Tiranga, but also an embodiment of our commitment to nation building. Even though the opposition has criticized Harihareshwar Tiranga campaign to the core, the BJP on the other hand has stuck to its nationalism agenda. While a political slugfest ensued over the use of Tiranga, the people of the country are dipped in patriotic fervour to celebrate the day. Even as the campaign gets criticized, the idea and the main aim of the centre behind this campaign was to instill the patriotism in each and every citizen. And perhaps BJP did succeed in doing that.
In August last year, Taliban seized to power. They promised they have changed. They called themselves the Taliban 2.0. But what has changed? I'm being joined by a very renowned human rights activist, Zarifa Ghaffari. Thank you for speaking to Times Now, Zarifa.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Zarifa, let me begin by asking, Taliban call themselves the Taliban 2.0. How far do you see that the Taliban has changed?
I'm really curious to know about it, that whom they promise that they will change. Because if they exactly promise that they will be changed and someone got this promise for the...
Ground, I'm Madhav Gopalakrishnan. First, a look at the top 50 stories from India and the world today. Maharashtra's Raigad is in high alert after suspected terror boat found near Harihareshwar shore carrying AK47 rifles, explosives and bullets. The state police has issued a high alert in the Raigad District. Maharashtra ATS chief speaks exclusively to Times Now, says terror angle being probed. Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed the Assembly that the boat belonged to an Australian woman and it was going from Muscat to Europe. After the boat laden with weapons was recovered, security officials have a thorough check of all boats in Raigad and Ratnagiri district. Neptune P2P Group releases statement, says the ship was My Lady Hun was presumed sunk and the boat started drifting on the 22nd of June. Partha Chatterjee makes massive claim in court, says no one will be spared and everything will be proven in time. Partha and Arpita in judicial custody till August 31st. It's a big leap towards Ek Vidhan in Kashmir as 25 lakh new voters on the rolls, but terrorist group TRF issues threat to intensify attacks in the valley. Gupkar gang under fire for singing similar tunes such as that of terror sympathizers. NC leader Sheikh Bashir Ahmed says they will not allow non-locals from Bihar and UP to vote in the valley. Day after Bilkis Banu's rapist released, TMC leader Mahua Mitra launches a scathing attack, says that the nation should decide if Bilkis Banu is a woman or a Muslim. OIC also leads the attack on Prime Minister in Bilkis Banu's case, says Prime Minister speaks about women's empowerment but releases 11 accused in the case. Also goes on to demand justice for Bilkis. After the row over Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, now JDU MLA Bima Bharti opens a front against MLA Lacy Singh, says that Lacy has killed those who talk against her. After Kartikeya and Lacy Singh, now lens on Bihar Agriculture Minister Sudhakar Singh, who's an accused in an embezzlement case of rice worth crores of rupees. Nitish Kumar battles dissent from his own party, and when questioned on the tainted Mantri, the Bihar Chief Minister casually says, "Mamla dekha ja raha hai." Not just the Chief Minister of Bihar, but Deputy Chief Minister also dismisses the charges of Bihar Law Minister being accused of kidnapping. Says it's a conspiracy by the BJP and the media. Lawlessness is on the rise in Nitish's Raj. A young girl was shot from point-blank range in Patna. The victim is battling for her life in ICU. Not just civilians but criminals even have targeted the forces in Bihar. An army man was murdered in Kankar Bagh area of Patna where people opened fire on him. The reason is still uncertain. Tug of war over giving shelter to Rohingyas peaks. Confusion within BJP mounts. Now Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta alleges that Aam Aadmi Party is sheltering Rohingyas. Manish Sisodia says Union Home Minister Amit Shah should order a probe to ascertain whose instructions the decision to shift Rohingya Muslims to the flats was taken on. Kerala governor stays the appointment of CPM leader's wife but left won't back merit. CPM in fact says that the governor has turned into a tool of the BJP. Congress rakes up 1984 wound as their Mantri Karamjit Singh wears the t-shirt of one of the accused in the Sikh riots and takes a selfie in the Golden Temple. The Gurdwara committee files a complaint about the picture of Jagdish Titla on the t-shirt. Savarkar poster of peaks in Karnataka. Now Bajrang Dal workers have put up Savarkar banner in Tumkuru. Police has started keeping a close vigil on the matter. Posters with images of Savarkar and Godse now surface in Mangaluru. Banners wishing people for Krishna Janmashtami printed with Savarkar and Godse image were also put up. And the demand doesn't stop there. After the poster, now BJP leader Yashpal Suvarna has demanded a Savarkar statue in Udupi. BJP Yuva Morcha workers wave black flags, throw eggs and clamor Siddaramaiah go back as the former Chief Minister arrives in Kodagu district of Karnataka. After OPS challenged High Court's order on the possession of AIDMK headquarters by EPS, Supreme Court issues notices to EPS but refuses to stay the High Court order. There's a tussle over Dahi Handi celebrations between the BJP and Uddhav Thackeray camp. The BJP to celebrate the festival in a Jamburi Maidan in Uddhav Thackeray's constituency, where in fact Uddhav Sena was the sole owner. Jail Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appeared in the defamation case filed by BJP leader Kirit Somaiya's wife Medha Somaiya and pleaded not guilty. The hearing has been adjourned. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath has inaugurated a bridge on the Saryu River today in Gorakhpur. The bridge will gap the distance between Gorakhpur and Prayagraj and is going to be built at a cost of 194 crore rupees. Karauli writer Matloob is still on the run, but when Times now confronted Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, he smiles and evades the question. An FIR has been filed against YouTuber in the Moradabad area for making objectionable comments on Hindu goddesses. The action has been taken after a complaint from users of hurting religious feelings. And it is another big relief for Anubrata Mondal's daughter. The supplementary affidavit in the case has not been accepted and order of personal appearance of Sukanya Mandal and 5 others have been withdrawn. The matter is now expected to be heard on the 1st of September. In a shocker from Jodhpur, a youth has raised slogans of Pakistan Zindabad on a social media handle and put the status of Imran Khan. This incident has taken place a short while ago and the young man has now been arrested. Indian Railways kicked off a trial for the 3rd Vande Bharat Express train which is likely to run from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. As part of the trial, the Vande Bharat train has reached a stabling line in Chandigarh. Union Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari has inaugurated double-decker bus in Mumbai. The Union Minister has hailed the inauguration as a step closer to pollution-free nation. Chief Minister Pushpendra Singh Dhami Senior Badminton Championship being organized by the State Badminton Association. Massive fire broke out at a warehouse of an oil company in Chennai. According to police, no casualties have been reported in the incident. A police inspector was detained in connection with the 15 crore gold heist at Fed Bank branch in Chennai. The police had seized 3.5 kilograms of stolen gold from the inspector's house. Several localities of Surat city were inundated after water level in 5 creeks went up due to heavy rainfall. As a precautionary measure, 20 roads in the Surat district have been closed. Due to heavy rainfall in the state of Odisha, over 4.67 lakh people across more than 1,700 villages have been affected and rescue operations are underway across the state. A school bus carrying students fell into a pit in Raigarh city of Maharashtra. Rescue operations are underway there as well. The man charged with stabbing Salman Rushdie on stage in New York has said that he was surprised to learn that the author had survived the attack. NASA built the SLS to reinstate its presence on the moon. It is said that this rocket is the cornerstone of the agency's new Artemis program, which aims to set up permanent bases in the moon's orbit and on its surface. US military is planning to hold ground training exercises with India. This exercise is to be held in less than 100 kilometers from India's border with China. The timing and location of the drill is being seen as a strong message to China. A bombing at a mosque in the Afghan capital of Kabul during evening prayers killed at least 21 people. It was said that there was no immediate claim of responsibility for the attack. The United States and Taiwan announced the start of negotiations to close a bilateral trade and investment pact in the fall at a time of great tension between Washington and Beijing over the island nation's sovereignty. Russian President Vladimir Putin offers money to women to have 10 or more children to restore the country's democratic crisis that emerged due to the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has shared the aftermath footage of a Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv. He said that this is a mean act and a cynical attack on civilians that has no justification. Russian Defense Ministry accused Ukrainian troops of provoking a catastrophe at the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia, which is controlled by Russian forces. Heavy rain continued to pelt New Zealand, causing further disruptions and road closures from a storm that has already forced hundreds of people to evacuate from their homes. A raging wildfire engulfed mountainside as southwest China faces extreme heat. The burning area glowed orange as the fire continued spreading across swaths of trees until next morning. Alright, we'll now move on to the top focus story at this area. These are comments that have been made as far as the Ganesh Chaturthi celebration are concerned. This is the Karnataka Minister B.C. Nagesh, who has said that Ganesh Chaturthi celebration in schools and colleges will in fact be allowed, as they will have freedom to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi as usual on the 31st of August. Now this has drawn some flack as critics have questioned the move. Before we get into the details of the criticism coming his way, here's what the minister said in the first place.
ಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ. ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡೋದಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನ ಜೋಡಿಸುವಂತ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Now, the Campus Front of India, the student wing of the hardline Popular Front of India, has condemned the statement, calling it hypocritical, cited given the government's opposition to girls wearing hijab in classrooms.
BJP government in Karnataka, they are communalizing and polarizing the all aspects, all things into a communal thing. New agenda in their communal aspect, it is the Vinayak Chaturdashi festival. So this in Karnataka atmosphere, it is totally they are diverting, and their atmosphere in the Karnataka now day to day, it is totally communalizing. It is a danger to the Karnataka and Karnataka people. So the people should be vigilant, and they will face this BJP's communal agenda.
Let's take this across to our guest. Joining us is Mohan Krishna of the BJP. Also with us is Ravi Srivastava, political analyst. Mohan Krishna, the question is this, that why do you have double standards? Does the BJP government have double standards? You are on one hand saying that this is a government place, there should be no religious symbols such as hijab. When it comes to Ganesh Chaturthi, however, there is a different yardstick being used over here. Why is that the case?
Brother, good evening to you. We should draw a line here. That was in the classroom. Hijab was, the issue was in the classroom. This is in the school premises. We should understand that. This is happening right from Bal Gangadhar Tilak's days. This is not today, yesterday they have started. I'm very sorry to the CFI person. Everything they are seeing with a yellow eye, and they see everything as yellow only. I don't know what is the problem with them. This Ganesh Chaturthi festival is in the school premises. We should understand that. There the issue closes. We are not taking that to the classes. and we are not asking everybody to participate. Whoever want to participate, they can participate. And that is again left to the school. SDMC can take a decision.
Okay, let's get a response from Ravi Srivastav on that. Ravi Srivastav, this is a false criticism because this is not a practice of today. This is a practice from the days of Bal Gangadhar Tilak, that in school premises, and nobody is saying that this will happen inside the classroom or anything will be taught. This is purely a practice that has been there from the days of a freedom struggle. Your response to that?
Madhav, 8 months before election, BJP is once again bent upon polarizing the state on Hindu-Muslim caste lines. What was happening? Hijab was also there. And why the hijab was stopped? And the High Court had a clear instruction that no religious symbol or no religious thing should happen inside the school. Why they are communalizing that? Mr. Mohan Prakash, please, I listen to you. They are doing it deliberately, purposefully. Whether it is Eidgah Maidan, whether it is Mangaluru, whether it is Tumkuru, any place, they are dividing people for Savarkar, for Tipu Sultan, for all kind of things. It was a peaceful state. Since the BJP came in power 8 months before, now they have started their polarizing agenda once again. Every day, skirmishes are taking place.
Also
people are
falling in the line of the PFI.
Listen, Mr. Mohan Prakash, I am also a resident in Karnataka. I know very well what you are doing here. Whether Mr. Nagesh, whether Arga Jananindra, whether any other minister, they are deliberately doing it. They are fueling the fire everywhere. They are going, giving speeches. They are trying to.
Mr. Srivastav, you made a point. Let me now put that question across to Mohan Krishna, and his name is Mohan Krishna, by the way. Let me correct you there. Mohan Krishna, simple question I am asking you is this: whether it is Azan, whether it is the issue of hijab, whether it is the issue of Savarkar, whether it is the issue currently of Ganesh Chaturthi, the allegation coming in is that there are deliberate ways or deliberate manner in which these issues are being picked up because there is an election in less than 12 months in Karnataka. Now, clearly you would see that over the past 6 to 8 months, the manner in which several such issues have been raked up. Now, you may choose to put the blame on the PFI or other political parties or outfits, but surely the manner in which these issues have come up is going to raise this question about whether this is being done with some kind of deliberate intention. Mohan Krishna.
Madhav, we should understand one thing. Elections will happen for in lot of both star pe hote elections. Do you mean to say that for everything it is communalized? For everything it is polarized? Come on, Madhav, there should be an end for this.
No, before this such issues were not seen. Suddenly these issues have cropped up. So who is responsible for it will be a question that will be raised.
No, issues they are raising.
All right. Wait. There's some reactions coming in. There's reactions coming in. In fact, MLA and Central General Secretary, in fact, of the BJP, C.T. Ravi has reacted. He's slamming the intolerance of those objecting to Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. Let's listen in.
भारत एक 10,000 साल के ज़्यादा हिस्ट्री हुई एक सांस्कृतिक कल्चर हुए देश है. इसके वजह से उनका ज़रूरत नहीं है, एसडीपीओ का ज़रूरत नहीं है. भारतीयता मतलब क्या है? भारतीयता मतलब धर्म और कल्चर के साथ पैदा हुआ राष्ट्र है. भारतीयता के बिना कोई नहीं है. उनके मालूम नहीं है. ये वो लोग है ना, वो लोग इंटॉलरेंस लोग है. वो लोग ऐसा करता ही रहता है. उसका मजहब में भी इंटॉलरेंस है, उसका सोच में भी इंटॉलरेंस है. इसके वजह से बार बार देश को तोड़ने के लिए पहले भी किए, अभी भी कर रहा है, इसके लिए कर रहा है.
And after the ire over the Parv proclamation, the Congress has reacted. Listening to what Manishankar Iyer had to say.
I'm afraid you're asking this question 50 years too late. You should have asked it to Mr. Savarkar. Then you would have discovered why it is that this kind of needless controversy over hijab, uniforms, etc., Ganesh Chaturthi are being raised in a Karnataka that had really lived in peace with a Hindu king in Mysore, with the British rule elsewhere, and the Hindu and Muslim communities living in complete harmony. It has never been known, Karnataka, as a state of communal tension. Never a communal hotspot. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we've discovered what a communal hotspot or how many communal hotspots there are in this state. They're all being deliberately provoked. They are not natural to the people of Karnataka.
This is intolerance that is creating division, says C.T. Ravi. Respond to that, Mr. Ravi Srivastava.
Absolutely. These are the people who are fueling this communal fire everywhere. You watch it. This is such a peaceful state, Karnataka, just for elections, just for some vote bank politics. These people are doing it. And I think Mr. Bombay is a spineless chief minister. He's not able to take action. And there's a law and order situation arising everywhere. Whether it is Shimoga, whether it is Kodagu, whether it is Mangaluru, whether it is Tumkuru, they name the place where it is not happening.
Right.
Somewhere some people are being killed also. They are being killed also of both the communities. Because what they call PFI, I call the same thing, the BJP Yuva Morcha, or for that matter with the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, or for that matter Pramod Mutalik, Sri Ram Sene.
All right. Why is the government not able to control the law and order situation, Mohan Krishna? We have seen, in fact, incidents take place in Shimoga. We have seen violent incidents take place in other parts of the state as well. To some extent, Mr. Ravi Srivastava does have a point where he says that the law and order situation is being compromised at the altar of politics. Please respond.
This is the orchestrated politics of Congress and opposition to defame BJP and to call BJP as communal party. Let me ask a simple question. Who has raised the Tipu Jayanti? Was there Tipu Jayanti 50 years back, Mr. Ravi Srivastava, in Karnataka? Answer to me. Was there? When Siddaramaiah came, he took it. Is it the right way? You have divided the people, and today you are saying we are doing it.
Well, are you uniting
What
the
was
people
the law
now?
and order? What was the law
I
and
said,
order
are you
situation
uniting the
when
people
Siddaramaiah
now?
was ruling? 23 Hindus were killed. What were you doing then? What were you doing then? If Hindus are killed, it's okay for you. Is it okay for you? Law and order.
Mr. Mohan Krishna, do not play the Hindu-Muslim politics. This is a secular nation. Where all communities, all religions are equally respected. It is not a propriety of the BJP.
We'll have to leave it there. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. Mohan Krishna as well as Ravi Srivastava, we're completely out of time on this debate. We're going to slip into a very quick break. I'd like to thank both of you for joining us this evening.
party symbol, flag of Bharatiya Janata Party is also there. But what is more shocking is this particular sticker which has been on the windshield of this car, which says that Vidhayak Vidhan Sabha Sachivalaya, Gadi number 0505. I'm sorry, it's a UP 32HH0001.
से 15 लड़के कैसे इस सोसाइटी में अपनी सोसाइटी देखेंगे, इससे बड़ी शर्म की बात नहीं हो सकती।
I am saying some things that are maybe not the easiest thing in the world to hear. I'm not sitting here or standing here promising you tens and tens of billions of pounds of goodies straight away, because I don't think that's the right thing to do for our economy. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be straight with the country about the challenges we face and what is going to be required to fix them. And that's why I think you can trust me on this, because I'm prepared to do that, even though it's going to cost me politically.
Welcome back. A high alert was sounded in Maharashtra after an unmanned yacht carrying weapons was found abandoned off a beach in Harihareshwar in Raigad District in Maharashtra. The Raigad District Police said a lifeboat was also found abandoned at Bharadkhol in the district. The yacht belonged to an international maritime agency, and it has been claimed that the boat had capsized a few days ago in international waters. The weapons which were dismantled also belong to the agency.
एक बोट स्ट्रैंडेड पाई गई, 3 AK राइफल और उसके साथ उसका एम्यूनेशन और बोट के कुछ कागजात पाए गए। तुरंत महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने और ATS ने सभी जगह नाकाबंदी की और इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की गई। हम लोगों ने तुरंत भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ संपर्क किया। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है।
नहीं, स्थिति का जायजा पूरा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी ले रहे हैं। अभी हमारे गृह मंत्री जो है उप मुख्यमंत्री माननीय देवेंद्र जी, इन्होंने पूरी वरिष्ठ पुलिस लेवल की बैठक यहाँ पर बुलाई हुई और वो सभी एंगल से इसे देख रहे हैं, पूरी जांच कर रहे हैं, इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो भी घटना घटी है वो गंभीर है। मुझे से लगता है जो भी वहाँ पे हथियार मिले, जो भी चीजें मिली है वो मतलब उसे गंभीरता से शासन ने लिया है, गवर्नमेंट ने लिया है और इसके लिए बहुत सीरियसली एक मीटिंग चल रही है।
जी सर, क्या आपको लगता है by Maharashtra ATS chief Vineet himself, his team is headed to the spot over there? Sir, tell us what you know about the situation right now. Is terror angle also under probe?
Oh,
let us first see what is. We have to examine whether these are official weapons of some authority, or these are weapons which are for terrorist purposes. It appears to be that it is a yacht which is having some official weapons.
Okay, sir, the information from Raigarh police says that this is a boat that belongs to Oman Security. What does it really mean?
So, as I said, that these weapons may belong to some authority, and maybe the boat has drifted here.
Okay, and would you say that there has been some kind of security breach?
Let's take this across to Radhika, who's joining us. Radhika, now what can one make of this entire incident? Because here you have, of course, the company which has released a statement saying that the boat was traveling from the Middle East to Egypt and it has drifted here. But in terms of the weapons, is there any information coming in yet, or any confirmation that these were weapons which were there only for the security personnel or the crew on board this particular craft? Or are there more weapons which perhaps could raise the angle of whether there was an aspect of this boat being used for terror purposes is concerned? Any clarity on that yet?
Essentially, Madhav, terror angle has been ruled out by the officials here. Of course, there was high alert that was issued across the Raigad district as well as in other districts as well, and of course all the agencies present to service. Even now, they are on high alert at the moment and they are securing that entire place. However, now of course, by way of officials and also the Neptune Maritime Security themselves coming out with a statement, essentially what they are saying is that this is a yacht that had been owned by a couple, an Australian couple. They were touring from Oman to Europe, and this particular Neptune Maritime Securities Limited had provided them the security by way of these weapons as part of the security that they provide for vessels as well as for yachts and so on. And therefore, however, unfortunately, there was a distress call, there was an emergency, the boat capsized, another warship in fact helped them, they were rescued, the crew were rescued, the couple were rescued. However, they couldn't really salvage
Right. We'll have to see what really authorities will say once they conclude their investigation into this entire matter. Radhika, keep tab on all the situation developing as far as the story is concerned on ground. We'll keep coming back to you for more. For the moment, slipping into a very quick break.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Rekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin, but the focus is going to be Bihar's Sushasan Babu, who is now being termed as Kushasan Babu by his erstwhile ally. Now, while a wanted man is sworn in as the law mantri, a murder accused finds a place in Nitish's cabinet. While the taint is being embraced, Bihar is being rocked by a series of gruesome shootings and murders. In Patna, a young girl on her way to a coaching center is shot from point-blank range. The chilling shooting is caught on camera, where a man can be seen waiting for his victim. As she crosses, he takes aim and shoots at her. She is still battling for her life in ICU. In the latest which is coming, there is another army man who has been shot dead. Again, this instance comes in from Patna. Now, as instances of lawlessness have been increasing, Nitish is even battling dissent from his own party. When he was, however, questioned on taint with his team, he casually says, "Dekh rahe hain." Listen in.
आप तो जो मन में आवेगा बोलेगा ना, चलिए ना, कभी जरूरत होगा तब ना सब बतवा बोलेंगे, समझ गए ना, एक एक चीज का बोलेंगे। ऐसे तो ऐसे ही लोग प्रचार प्रसार में कुछ बोलते उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। अब तो और ज्यादा काम और तेजी से होगा, चिंता मत करिएगा। वो सब देखा जा रहा है कि मामला क्या है।
Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi has dismissed it all as a BJP and media conspiracy. Listen in.
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है। और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताएं पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है।
Meanwhile, former Union Minister RCP Singh has also reacted to the controversy. He, remember, is one of the rebel JDU leaders who's now with the BJP.
कार्यकर्ता सब बुलाए हैं, जा रहे हैं, पूरे बिहार में घूमेंगे। कार्यकर्ता सबसे राय विचार जो होगा उसके बाद निर्णय लिया जाएगा।
सर, बिहार के जो मुख्यमंत्री जी बार पलटी मार रहे हैं, इस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
तो जो पलटी मारे उनसे ना पूछिए,
तो आप
कितना बार मारिएगा? 4 बार तो हो चुका जी, 94, 2013, 17, 22।
जदयू का विलय हो सकता है,
वो तो करेंगे, उनके पास ऑप्शन क्या है जी? वो तो बिल्कुल शरणम गच्छामी हो चुके, तो उसका बचता क्या है?
Meanwhile, there's some breaking news which is coming in. Unfortunate bit. Unfortunately, there is no end to the spate of crimes which are continuing under the newly sworn in government. Army personnel this time around has been killed in Kankarbar this morning. This army man was going to catch a train, and during this time the criminals asked the address of Patna Junction and then snatched the bag and started absconding when the army man protested after that. So, following which the criminals then opened fire on him, due to which he died on the spot. After the post-mortem, the body of the army man has now been sent back to his village, draped in the Tiranga.
एक आर्मी का जवान कुमरहार में डेरा पे रह रहा था। सुबह पाटलिपुत्र स्टेशन पे जाना था। अर्ली मॉर्निंग 4 बजे वो अपने चचेरे भाई के साथ बाइक पे जा रहा था, तो 2 बाइक पे अज्ञात क्रिमिनल आए। उन्होंने पहले उनसे पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता पूछा। जब पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता बताया, इसी के दौरान ही उसको गोली मार के और वो लोग चले गए। अभी मामले की छानबीन चल रही है कि क्या मामला है।
Well, let me go across to Saket. He's joining us from Patna with the very latest on this. Saket, अभी एक गवर्नमेंट sworn in हुआ है, मगर unfortunately under their very short regime एक के बाद एक ऐसे gruesome crimes हो रहे हैं, shootings हो रहे हैं, murder हो सके। मगर ये प्रॉब्लम है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर आके बस ये बोल रहे हैं कि हम देख रहे हैं।
देखिए बिल्कुल लगातार जब से ये सरकार बनी है, आपने सही कहा कि लगातार इस तरह की घटनाएं बिहार में घट रही है और पटना जो कि राजधानी है और यहाँ पर पूरी सरकार बैठती है, वहाँ पर भी इस तरह की घटनाएं हैं। हम देखिए अभी आप ग्राउंड जीरो पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर जो आर्मी मैन को आज मारा गया है, उसकी हत्या की गई है, गोलीबारी उसके ऊपर की गई है, वहीं पर हम मौजूद है। और यहाँ देखिए अभी भी आपको यहाँ पर निशान दिखेंगे जो आर्मी मैन को यहाँ पर मारा गया है। ये कंकड़बाग का इलाका है और यहीं से सुबह 4 बजे वो यहाँ से निकल रहे थे ट्रेन पकड़ने के लिए, लेकिन इस दौरान जो है वो कुछ अपराधी उनको रोकते हैं और फिर उनसे पता पूछने के नाम पर उनको रोककर उनका जो बैग था वो छीनने की कोशिश यहाँ पर करते हैं, जैसा कि पुलिस ने भी कहा है। और जब वो बैग नहीं दे रहे होते हैं तब उन पर गोली चलाई जाती है। और देखिए जो हत्या है, मेन रोड है ये कंकड़बाग का, आप देखिए कितना ट्रैफिक है यहाँ पर, काफ़ी व्यस्त इलाका माना जाता है, बिजी इलाका है, और बावजूद इसके अपराधी यहाँ पर हत्या को अंजाम देते हैं और निकल जाते हैं। यहाँ देखिए पटना जंक्शन यहाँ से कुछ मीटर की दूरी पर है और वहाँ पर ये घटना घटी है। पुलिस ने अभी हालांकि कहा है कि इस पर जांच अब की जा रही है, लेकिन सवाल उठ रहा है कि आखिर इतने व्यस्त इलाके में आपने पुलिस की पेट्रोलिंग क्यों नहीं रखी, क्यों नहीं पुलिस की जिप्सी एक भी यहाँ पर लगी हुई थी ताकि इस तरह की घटनाओं को रोका जा सके। यहाँ पर देखिए दुकानों में सीसीटीवी कैमरे जरूर लगे हैं। अब पुलिस ने इस कैमरे को भी खंगालने की बात कही है कि इससे जो भी फुटेज सामने आएगा उसके आधार पर अपराधियों को पकड़ा जाएगा। लेकिन लगातार इस सरकार के बनने के बाद जो अब यहाँ पर आपराधिक घटनाएं बढ़ी है बिहार में, उस पर आखिर जवाब कौन देगा, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? क्योंकि आरजेडी के साथ जो एक परसेप्शन है जो जंगल राज का, क्या वो परसेप्शन एक बार फिर से साबित हो रहा है, सही हो रहा है? क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरह से सरकार में आरजेडी जब से आई है इस तरह की घटनाएं बढ़ी है, तो निश्चित तौर पर नीतीश कुमार को इस पर अब कहीं ना कहीं एक्शन लेने की जरूरत है। अगर वो एक्शन नहीं ले रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं ये दिखाता है कि उनकी मजबूरी है, क्योंकि मंत्रालय को लेकर, जो मंत्रियों को लेकर कई जो आरोप थे वो पहले से उन पर लग रहे थे, और अब लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर भी जो सिचुएशन बिहार के अंदर बनी है वो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे सरकार को कटघरे में खड़ा कर रहा है।
मगर दबाव किस पे बना रहा है, कौन बना रहा है नीतीश कुमार? क्या ये आरजेडी दबाव बना रहा है? क्योंकि आज तेजस्वी से जब क्वेश्चन किया गया उन्होंने तो ये बोला कि ऐसा तो कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा, ये तो सारी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, मीडिया की कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, बीजेपी की कॉन्स्पिरेसी है।
ये जो घटनाएं हो रही है उसके तो सबूत हैं कि किस तरह से एक आर्मी जवान को मार दिया गया। इसके पहले पटना में ही एक कोचिंग जा रही छात्रा को गोली मार दी गई पटना के बाईपास इलाके में, और लगातार इस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही है। इसका तो विजुअल एविडेंस है किस तरह से अपराधी यहाँ पर बेलगाम हो गए। और जहाँ तक मंत्रिमंडल में को लेकर तेजस्वी यादव या नीतीश कुमार जो सवाल उठा रहे हैं वो तो कोर्ट का मामला है। कोर्ट ने उन लोगों के खिलाफ वारंट जारी किया है, जो कार्तिकेय सिंह है उनके खिलाफ वारंट जारी किया है। तो ऐसे में कोर्ट की तरफ से अगर कोई एक्शन लिया जा रहा है तो उसको राजनीतिक रंग देकर बचना ये कहीं से भी उचित नहीं।
A very convenient political twist, and Saket is absolutely right about it, has been given to shield it. Let me go across to Shehzad Poonawala also joining us, national spokesperson of the BJP. Shehzad, when the chief minister was questioned, his answer was, "हम देख रहे हैं क्या चल रहा है." And then when Tejasvi was asked, he said, "This is a BJP conspiracy, a media conspiracy." What would you like to say?
देखिए मेघना जी, जब सैया भय कोतवाल तो अब डर काहे का। आरजेडी के साथ साथ जंगल राज और माफिया राज इज बैक, एंड इफ यू सी द सीरीज ऑफ इवेंट्स टुडे itself the news has come about a 16-year-old girl being shot point blank in the streets of Patna. Now we are hearing this terrible news of an army person being killed. This is because the entire Mantrigana, the entire cabinet of Nitish and Tejasvi is filled with Dagi Mantris. Kartikeya Singh, the law minister himself, is an absconder, is a person against whom there are serious grave charges. There's another minister on whom there are charges of corruption. There's another minister whom the JDU MLA, Bhima Bharti, has accused, Lacey Singh, of being involved in murders. So this is a government of the corrupt and of the criminals, and therefore the criminals are feeling emboldened, and therefore this is the standard format of Jungle Raj that has returned to Bihar. The dark days are back, but unfortunately instead of taking action on this, today Nitish Kumar is so compromised and desperate that he can say nothing to Tejasvi, who is controlling the government.
Well, thank you so much, Shehzad, for joining us. Let me get in another voice from the BJP. Now joining us, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tarkeshwar Prasad. प्रसाद जी, अब ये बताइए, नीतीश कुमार तो कुछ बोल नहीं रहे, आपको क्या लगता है कि जब से ये गवर्नमेंट स्वर्न इन हुआ है तब से ये क्राइम रेट बढ़ती जा रही है, क्यों?
निश्चित तौर पर देखिए, जिस जंगल राज के खिलाफ में नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब 2005 में लड़ाई लड़े और उनके नेतृत्व में हम सबों ने एनडीए की सरकार का गठन किया, उसके बाद जो पूरे बिहार की परिस्थिति बदली, स्वाभाविक है कि बिहार एक विकास के रास्ते पर और कानून व्यवस्था भी सुदृढ़ हुई, बिहार भी आगे बढ़ा, लेकिन फिर उन्हीं तत्वों के साथ समझौता करके वो अपने राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षा को पूरा करने के लिए महागठबंधन, जिसमें मुख्य भूमिका राष्ट्रीय जनता दल की है, उसके साथ उन्होंने सरकार बनाई। स्वाभाविक है कि जो अपराधी तत्व बिल में घुस गए थे, वो सारे तत्व धीरे धीरे बाहर निकलना शुरू हुए। आज पटना में एक लड़की को कोचिंग पढ़ने जा रही थी, उसको गोली मार दिया गया, एक फौजी को गोली मार दिया गया। कल सीएसपी में एक बड़ी लूट हो गई। लगातार घटनाओं का क्रम चल रहा है।
मगर तारकेश्वर जी, आरजेडी जेडीयू वो तो बोल रहे हैं कि एक हफ्ते पहले तक आप भी उन्हीं के साथ गठबंधन में थे, आप भी उन्हीं के साथ अलायंस में थे।
देखिए, अब एनडीए के साथ जब श्री नीतीश कुमार जी मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में साथ थे तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी साथ थी, तो एक हैवॉक था पूरे राज्य में, कानून व्यवस्था इतनी बिगड़ी हुई नहीं थी, घटनाएं इक्के दुक्के होती थी, लेकिन उनको पता था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है और हम सबों ने सख्ती से इन सारी चीजों को अंजाम देने का काम किया।
तो आपका मतलब है कि जब से अलायंस आरजेडी के साथ बनी, तब से बिहार में ये स्प्री ऑफ क्राइम्स दिख रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच तारकेश्वर प्रसाद जी फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर। Meanwhile, there's some breaking news that we are shifting focus across to freebie for Dolo prescription. Well, let's tell you how the story is panning out. Medical representatives body has claimed before the Supreme Court, SC, Federation of Medical and Sales Representatives Association of India, has claimed before the Supreme Court that the Central Board for Direct Taxes has accused makers of Dolo 650 tablet of distributing freebies worth 1,000 crore rupees to doctors for consideration for prescribing their tablets to the patients. Now this is a massive and stunning charge because it affects those who are ailing. Now senior advocate Sanjay Parekh, who's appeared for submitted that Dolo had invested 1,000 crore rupees in freebies which are given out to doctors for its anti-fever drug which was prescribed to the patients. Justice Chandrachud meanwhile has said that it is a serious issue and he was also prescribed the same during COVID. Well, of course, this is something which is going to affect each and every one of us. Remember, Dolo is being prescribed for COVID extensively by several of the doctors, by hospitals, which is why the stunning claim is going to make everyone sit up and take notice, because this claim comes in none other than the Supreme Court itself, where the claim has been made that Dolo had actually shelled out 1,000 crore rupees to doctors, freebies, in order to get their patients to be prescribed Dolo instead. So let me go across to Harish Nair, who's joining us, our legal editor. Harish, tell us, of course, this is very, very concerning. So you must tell us what the contentions are and all of this presented to the Apex Court.
Yes, very startling claim being made by the Federation of Medical and Sales Representatives Association before the Supreme Court, which has raised several eyebrows. Makers of Dolo 650 have said that the information given to Supreme Court is that makers of Dolo 650 have spent rupees 1,000 crores as freebies on doctors for prescribing the tablet. This startling claim was made by medical representatives body before the Supreme Court. The Federation of Medical and Sales Representatives Association claimed before Supreme Court that the Central Board of Direct Taxes has accused makers of Dolo 650 tablets of distributing freebies worth 1,000 crores to doctors as consideration for prescribing the tablet. Senior advocate Sanjay Parekh, appearing for the association, submitted that Dolo had invested rupees 1,000 crore in freebies to have its anti-fever and COVID drug prescribed to patients. So at this juncture, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said it's a serious issue, and even he was prescribed the same during the COVID. And he said, I quote, "This is not music to my ears. I was also asked to have the same when I had COVID. This is a serious issue and the matter." So remember, Supreme Court was hearing a PIL seeking directions to make pharmaceutical companies liable for giving freebies to doctors as incentive to prescribe the drugs. It was then that such a startling claim was made that that makers of Dolo.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us, Harish. I'll just come back because it's important for us to understand what the rules and the guidelines are also there. But let me go across to Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, who is joining us, chairperson of NEFRON. Dr. Bagai, your first reaction to 1,000 crore rupees being doled out by Dolo?
Hi, good evening. So, to reach out to the medical professionals apart from purely professional grounds is completely wrong, unethical and unacceptable. So, anything which is given to the medical professionals, be it even free samples, I would say, or anything along the lines of cash or kind or any deal is wrong. It should not happen. And I think the entire relationship of the pharma and the doctors should be actually under the supervision. No doctor should accept or take anything directly or indirectly. I think doctors have to be above board. We are here to give medical advice on ethical grounds, and there should be no direct or indirect luring any prescription being given to any patient.
Well, Dr. Bagai, do stay on with us. Dr. Jayalal is also joining us, the former president of IMA. Dr. Lal, one would imagine that when it comes to doctors, they are supposed to be givers of life. We'd expect the highest levels of propriety. Anything you may have heard of similar freebies which may have happened in the past? What happens? What are the rules which are there?
I fully agree with you that the doctors should be on the ethical principle. They should not do. But please remember, Dolo paracetamol is one of the very commonest drugs which is available out of on the counter sale. Every nook and corner, all kind of doctors, irrespective of the modern medicine, were using is a Dolo. And every house, every home will have this Dolo tablet or paracetamol tablet, especially during the COVID time. And if you see, there is the most common drug which was sold in the market was paracetamol. I don't think at any point of time a good practicing modern medical doctor will get money to prescribe a paracetamol and as a tablet, as a Dolo to the prescriber. And it is a non-acceptable one. If some doctor is involved, definitely they have to be punished beyond the level. That I agree.
What is this punishment for that? If a doctor is found to be involved, what is the punishment as per the rules?
We have a very, very system view that their name will be deleted from that our medical council itself. Because there is an initial way, it is less than 1,000 rupees. If they are getting a gift or that, they will be stricter. When they are getting gift up to 5,000, they can be reprimanded and punished for 3 months. And when they are getting money for more than that, they can be permanently erased from our medical council system. There is a law is very clear. Our code of ethics is very clear. So no doctor will go and get this money for the Dolo prescription. But remember, in this country, giving that bribe is also a punishable.
Okay.
Whoever the company which has given, they should be also penalized. They should be asked to come out with a list of the doctors. It should be made public. Instead of blaming the whole medical community, let us blame the black sheep. Whoever they are, they must undergo a stringent punishment.
Thank you so much. So they deserve to be punished is the clear answer which is coming in from Dr. Jayalal. However, he says that these are very generic medicines and every household in India is likely to have paracetamol. So let me go across to Dr. Rohan Krishna, from the Federation of All India Medical Association. Dr. Krishna, your first reaction, because every viewer of Times Now who is sitting and watching this news is wondering, were we given Dolo, prescribed Dolo, because there was a dole given out to the doctor?
See, I think that one should go in depth regarding this because it is obviously a very serious allegation. But one has to keep our mind skeptical that Dolo is a medicine which has to be given to a lot of patients, and it is antipyretic, has multiple uses, and it is being given at PHC level also and to super speciality level as well.
Right.
And the claims which the companies are making, that have they paid to the doctors or not, That has to be made sure of, because sometimes there are many bogus allegations. It comes to our knowledge every now and then that some pharma company has given some shopping cards and such things to someone else on the names of doctors. So we have to obviously...
But Dr. Krishna, this is a claim which has been made by the Central Board for Direct Taxes, and it has said all of this. The medical representatives body has made this claim, that too before the Supreme Court. The Federation of Medical and Sales Representatives Association of India. It doesn't seem to be a bogus claim.
No, obviously it has, there must be having some truth in this. Some of the doctors must be involved in this, and those people should be punished. But I think that one has to be skeptical about the fact that these things is not determining the entire medical fraternity.
Okay, that's a very valid point that you have made, that just because there are few black sheep does not undermine the entire medical fraternity as well. We are asking you, the viewers, to connect with us directly so that we can hear your voice as well and put it through to the concerned people. Joining us, our viewer Rajiv from Bengaluru. Sandeep is also joining us. Rajiv, to you first. What would you like to say?
Good evening, and I've been just going through this news of yours. I think it's not only micro labs to be investigated. Any new company, any new product by any any multinationals or any pharmacy which is there, they do land up in front of the doctors over there, and they say this is what it is, what we have rolled out. So it is going to be tested. So Dolo, in fact yesterday I just picked up Dolo because I'm not keeping well. All right?
Right.
So my problem is, as long as it is the freebies part of it, the kickback part of it can be investigated. But as you say, the tablet is done amazing stuff for a lot of people when they've been in crisis.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, thank you so much. You've made a valid point there, Rajiv, saying that everyone has it, but it doesn't mean that every time it is being prescribed that it is going to be harmful. It is actually very effective for many people as well. There's also Sandeep, our viewer, joining us from Ghaziabad. Go ahead, Sandeep.
Yeah. See, I'm surprised that the whole doctors community is acting as if they are surprised to know this. Everybody knows this. The reciprocal relationship between a doctor, chemist, testing labs, and these companies, and the in between the role of a medical representative, in bridging all this network, which is a totally quid pro quo network. This is known. This is known to everyone. And why are the doctors? I was listening to these doctors, in very big, eminent doctors.
Yes.
Right now they are acting as a holier than thou kind of attitude.
Okay, so you're saying that freebie culture, as per our viewer, is very, very prevalent, and there's no point in being in denial about it. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us. Harish, our viewer, joining us from Chennai as well. Go ahead, Harish.
Yeah, see, my mother is one of the leading cancer pathologists in the country. She's retired now, but she's doing all this pathology work for all the doctors. Every doctor we work with take about 75 to 80% of what they charge from the patient. He charges 1,000 rupees for an FNAC. We'll have to, at the end of the month, we'll have to make a list of the patients and go back to the doctor, put the cash in the cover and give it in town. If we go to the CT scan or something, for a normal person, the CT scan they charge 10,000 rupees. But if the doctor recommends, it's just 3,500 to 4,000 rupees. It's a huge scam going on. I know doctors who are going to West Indies, to Germany, to Scandinavian countries every year, completely sponsored by pharma companies. My brother, I tell you what, my brother is one of the leading travel agents in India, working for Bangalore Wildlife Tourism Travel. He personally has been funded by the pharma companies to take a lot of doctors from here. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a relevant point that Harish is making. Our viewer says it's an open secret. There's also Shashi, our viewer, calling us from Nainital. Go ahead, Shashi. Well, I believe we seem to have lost that audio connection. A quick word from Dr. Bagai also. I believe he's still there with us. Dr. Bagai, you heard our callers. They are saying this is an open secret. For the first time, it's just coming up in the courts. Is that true, Dr. Bagai? Well, it seems that we have lost that audio connection. In fact, let me go across to Dr. Deepak Vaid also, who's there on the line. Dr. Deepak Vaid, I'll put the same question that several of our viewers are now calling in and asking. Is this not an open secret that there are pharma companies, massive lobbies who have been paying off? Not all doctors, we all accept that, but some doctors, some black sheep for sure, and it's an open secret.
Now, let me put it the other way around. First thing is, one, there is ethics committee of NMC, National Medical Council, which defines how much and what to give, what not to give. So there is a very clear demarcation that a doctor cannot take any freebies from any pharma company. That is rule number one. But second thing which I would like to say is, we have been putting doctors into various categories. Like doctor is a commercial entity. Lot of laws are enacted on doctors that now even the consumer court is supposed to act on doctors. Even if a patient dies, he has to give refund and reimbursement as per the Motor Vehicle Act.
Okay.
Then, and now I'm not being an advocate of doctors taking freebies and all, but we need to compare the today's reality. That if a pharma company wants to give a freebie of some gift to a doctor, is it ethical or not ethical?
Yes.
Is it legal or illegal?
So where is that thin line between ethical or not and whether it's legal or not? Hopefully this time around the top court will be stepping in and we'll have certain specific guidelines. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us here on the show, as well as all the viewers who've been calling in. With that, a quick break, but at the top of the hour, we'll get you all the top focus stories.
Maharashtra's Raigarh is on high alert after a suspicious boat was found near Harihareshwar shore carrying AK47 rifles, explosives and bullets. State police issues high alert in Raigad District. Maharashtra ATS chief speaks exclusively to Times Now, says terror angle being probed. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed the Assembly that the boat belonged to an Australian woman and it was going from Muscat to Europe. After boat laden with explosives and weapons recovered, security officials have a thorough check of all the boats in Raigad and Ratnagiri district. Neptune P2P Group releases statement, says the ship My Lady was presumed sunk and the boat started drifting on the 22nd of June. Partha Chatterjee makes massive claim in court, says no one will be spared and everything will be proven in time. Partha and Arpita in judicial custody till 31st of August. Big leap towards Ek Vidhan in Kashmir as 25 lakh new voters on the roll, but terrorist groups TRF issues threat to intensify attacks in the valley. Gupkar gang under fire for singing similar tunes like that of terror sympathizers. NC leader Sheikh Bashir Ahmed says they will not allow non-locals from Bihar and UP to vote in Kashmir. Day after Bilkis Banu's rapist released, TMC leader Mahua Moitra launches scathing attack, says that the nation should decide if Bilkis Banu is a woman or a Muslim. OSC also leads attack on Prime Minister in Bilkis Banu's case, says Prime Minister speaks about woman empowerment but releases 11 accused in case, also goes on to demand justice for Bilkis. After row over Bihar Law Minister Kartike Singh, now JDU MLA Bima Bharti opens front against MLA Lacey Singh, alleges that she kills those who talk against her. After Kartike and Lacey Singh, now lens on Bihar Agriculture Minister Sudhakar Singh, who is accused of embezzlement of rice worth crores of rupees. Nitish battles dissent from his own party, and when questioned on tainted Mantri, Bihar Chief Minister casually says, "Mamla dekha ja raha hai." Not just the Chief Minister of Bihar, but Deputy CM also dismisses all charges on Bihar Law Minister accused of kidnapping, says it's a conspiracy by BJP and media. Lawlessness on rise in Nitish's Raj, young girl shot at point-blank range in Patna, victim battles for life in ICU. Not just civilians, but criminals even target forces in Bihar. An army man was martyred in Kankad Bagh area of Patna, where few people opened fire on him. Reason is still unknown. Tug of war over giving shelter to Rohingyas, peak confusion within BJP mounts. Now Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta alleges act of sheltering Rohingyas. Manish Sisodia says Union Home Minister Amit Shah should order a probe to ascertain on whose instructions the decision to shift Rohingya Muslims to flats was taken.
Kerala governor stays appointment of CPM leader's wife but left won't back merit. CPIM state secretary says governor turned into tool of BJP. Congress rakes up 1984 wound as their Mantri Karamjit Singh wears t-shirt of one of the accused in the Sikh riots case and takes a selfie in Golden Temple. Gurdwara committee files complaint. Savarkar poster Rao peaks. Now Bajrang Dal workers put up Savarkar banner in Tumkuru. Police keeps a close vigil. Posters with images of Savarkar and Godse now surface in Mangaluru. Banners wishing people for Krishna Janmashtami printed with Savarkar and Godse image were put up. The demand does not stop there. After poster, now BJP leader Yashpal Suvarna demands Savarkar statue in Udupi. BJP Yuva Morcha workers wave black flag, throw eggs and clamour Siddaramaiah go back slogans as he arrives in Kodagu. After OPS challenged High Court's order on possession of AIDMK headquarters by EPS, Supreme Court issues notices to EPS but refuses to stay the High Court order. Tussle over Dahi Handi celebrations between BJP and Uddhav Thackeray camp. BJP to celebrate festival in the Maidan in Aditya Thackeray's constituency where Uddhav Sena was the sole owner. Jailed Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appeared in a defamation case filed by BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife Medha Somaya and pleaded not guilty. The hearing has been adjourned. CM Yogi inaugurates a bridge on Sarayu River today in Gorakhpur. Bridge to gap distance between Gorakhpur and Prayagraj and is built at a cost of 194 crores. Karoli writer Matloob still on the run, but when Times Now confronted Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, he smiles and evades the question. FIR filed against YouTuber in Moradabad for making objectionable comments on Hindu goddess. Action taken after complaint from users of hurting religious feelings. In a big relief for Anubrata's daughter, supplementary affidavit in case not accepted, an order of personal appearance of Sukanya Mandal and 5 others withdrawn. Matter to be heard now on the 1st of September. In order to bring back Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's remains to India, Bose's daughter said she will soon approach the Indian and Japanese governments for a DNA test of the ashes. Indian Railways kicked off trial for the third Vande Bharat Express train, which is likely to run from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. As part of the trial, Vande Bharat train reached Chandigarh. Union Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari inaugurates double-decker bus in Mumbai. The Union Minister hailed the inauguration as a step closer to pollution-free nation. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami inaugurates Uttarakhand State Senior Badminton Competition being organized by the State Badminton Association. Massive fire broke out at a warehouse of an oil company in Chennai. According to police, no casualties have been reported. In a massive claim by Medical Representative Board before the Supreme Court, they said that makers of Dolo 650 spent 1,000 crores as freebies on doctors for prescribing the tablet. Several localities of Surat city were inundated after water level in 5 creeks went up due to heavy rainfall. As a precautionary measure, 20 roads in the Surat district have been closed. Due to heavy rainfall in the state of Odisha, over 4.67 lakh people across more than 1,700 villages have been affected and the rescue operations are underway across the state. A school bus carrying students fell into a pit in Raigarh city of Maharashtra. Rescue operation is underway. Man charged with stabbing Salman Rushdie on stage in New York said that he was surprised to learn the author had survived the attack. NASA built the SLS to reinstate its presence on the moon. It is said that this rocket is the cornerstone which aims to set up permanent bases in the moon's orbit surface. US military is planning to hold ground training exercise with India. The exercise is to be held less than 100 kilometers from India's border with China. Bombing at a mosque in Kabul during evening prayers killed at least 21 people. There was no immediate claim of responsibility for the attack. US and Taiwan announced the start of negotiations to close a bilateral trade and investment pact in the fall. Russian President Vladimir Putin offers money to women to have 10 or more children to restore the country's demographic crisis. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shared aftermath footage of a Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv. He said that this is a cynical attack on civilians. Russian Defense Ministry accused Ukrainian armed forces of provoking a catastrophe at the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. Heavy rain continued to pelt New Zealand, causing further disruptions and road closures that has already forced hundreds of people to evacuate their homes. Raging wildfire engulfed a mountainside as southwest China faces extreme heat. The burning area glowed orange as the fire continued spreading across the trees. Moving on now and shifting our focus to the developments that have taken place in the Bilkis Bano case. The trauma of past 20 years has washed over me again. That's what Bilkis Bano said. 2 days after 11 rapists and murderers were released, Bilkis Bano, who was just 21 when the marauders unleashed havoc, is once again forced to relive the pain. The pain of being brutally gang raped when she was 5 months pregnant. The pain of seeing a 3.5-year-old daughter being murdered by one of those now roaming free. Her mother raped and brutalized. The pain of watching in horror as 7 members of her family were butchered by those blinded by hate. 20 years later, the fear is back to haunt Bilkis and her family. In a heart-wrenching statement, she now pleads for her right to live in peace without fear. Bilkis says she has been left numb and devastated, but hear her husband voicing their fears.
ખબર સાંભળવાથી અમને એટલું બધું દુઃખ અને એક માયુસ થઈ ગયા છે કે અમે આટલા લાંબા સમયથી લડાઈ લડી એનો આ નતીજો છે એટલે અમને બહુ દુઃખ અને ડર જે ઓછો હતો એ આજે વધી ગયો છે. સરકાર તરફથી જે સહાય કરવામાં આવી છે 50 લાખ રૂપિયાની જે સહાય છે અમને ચૂકવી દેવામાં આવી છે અને સરકાર સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટે જે સરકારને આદેશ કર્યો છે કે એક મકાન એમને આપવું જોઈએ અને નોકરી આપવી જોઈએ એના વિશે હજુ કોઈ નિર્ણય નથી થયો.
Well, picking up Kargil's on behalf of Bilkis, the opposition is now demanding remission to be reviewed and revoked. And at the same time, first let's listen to the opposition reaction coming in.
प्रधानमंत्री देश से 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से अपने भाषण में तकरीर में महिलाओं की एम्पावरमेंट की बात की, महिलाओं के ताल्लुक से बड़ी अच्छी बातें की. उसी दिन भाजपा की गुजरात की सरकार ने उस महिला को जिसकी 3 साल की बेटी को कत्ल कर दिया गया, जिसका बलात्कार हुआ, 11 लोगों ने उसका बलात्कार किया, उन लोगों को भाजपा की सरकार अपनी रेमिशन पॉलिसी के तहत उनको छोड़ती है. तो उस रेमिशन पॉलिसी की रिव्यू कमेटी में कौन था? एक का नाम था जनाब मूलचंदानी साहब, जो गोधरा के राइट्स में वो एक प्रोसिक्यूशन के विटनेस थे, और दूसरे उसमें बीजेपी भाजपा के 2 एमएलए थे. तो आप इनसे इंसाफ की कैसे उम्मीद रखते हैं रिव्यू कमेटी की?
In public, Bilkis was raped. They have been left out of the jail. Now what does it mean? If this is law and order, this is the judiciary, this is the meaning of 15 people, and the RSS BJP people are distributing sweets. When they came out from the jail, they were distributed, they were given a heroic welcome. Nari ka samman. What sort of samman Prime Minister has given Nari?
The opposition is also questioning the composition of the panel that arrived at the decision to offer the 11 rapists a respite from jail term. So, who all were on the panel constituted after Supreme Court ordered the state to look into the remission request? We're playing out that list of individuals who were on the panel. Sujal Mayatra, Godhra Collector and DM, was the chairman of the committee. C.K. Raulji, a BJP MLA, was part of the panel. Suman Chauhan, a BJP MLA, was part of the panel. Murli Moolchandani, former Godhra municipal councillor from BJP, was also part of the panel constituted to look into the remission policy. And not just that, Sneha Ben Bhatia, BJP women's wing worker, was also on the panel. District Social Welfare Officer, Sessions Judge. Basically, the opposition is saying that since the BJP leaders were part of the panel, how can you expect justice from them? Let's open this up and let's go across to our guests. We have Zakia Soman, women's rights activist, joining us on the broadcast. Has justice really been done 20 years later? Bilkis Bano still saying, I want my right to live in peace and not fear.
So what has happened now is shocking. It is shocking beyond words. It is such a shame that men who gang raped a pregnant woman and killed some 14 of her family members, including her infant daughter, they have been pardoned. So I think this act of the government is highly questionable morally and ethically, and this is like a huge setback to all the women in the country who are fighting for justice, all the women who have suffered sexual assault, the children who have suffered sexual assault, and who are, awaiting justice from the courts. The courts have done justice in this matter. The courts have given life imprisonment to all these 11 accused. And it is very strange, and it is totally unfathomable and unacceptable that the state government has approved their pardon. Without any talk of realization of the heinousness of the crime that they committed against a pregnant woman and her child and her family members, and without any sense of guilt, without any sense of remorse, without any admission that there has been grave wrongdoing which has been done to Bilkis and her family. I mean, this is really shocking beyond words, Swati.
Absolutely. In fact, the state has gone on to say that the due process was followed. We are also now joined by Shobha Gupta, lawyer of Bilkis Bano, joining us on the broadcast. Shobha Gupta ji, you fought for her, you fought with her. Today, when this remission policy benefit has been granted to all the 11 convicts, when just one of them filed for this particular policy benefit, have you spoken to Bilkis? I'm sure she's heartbroken. I'm sure even you are finding it difficult to come to terms with what has happened.
You said everything, Radha.
Shobha Gupta, please go ahead, ma'am.
I'm saying you said everything. I would be repeating only. Like you all are disturbed, she is disturbed, like you all are disturbed, I am disturbed. Any right-minded person would be disturbed. Who can expect murderers of 14? There were 14 murders, 5 gang rapes, 1 pregnant lady gang raped. The murders, 14 persons who were killed includes her daughter. Like, who would not be disturbed? This long battle, she did not fight for this, that they would suddenly, in 14 years, 15 years, would come out. And there was no notice to her. There was, like, she was not even aware. She came to know only when they came out. So, yes, each one of us are dejected. She is dejected. The sense of, what do you call this? Sense of loss, loss not because somebody came out, loss. What is that society? What is that system we are into then? Like, what we are fighting for? Why these? We have courts, we have the police system, law and order maintenance. The state put in their money, CBI put in their money to fight the case. CBI efforts, state efforts, central government's effort, everybody's effort. Court's time. A judge had to write 450 pages judgment, all that, each stakeholder had put in their best. Each stakeholder, not Bilkis alone. So when you ask me how is Bilkis feeling, I'm asking how are you feeling? How is the system feeling? How is the society feeling? Is anybody feeling good about this?
Is there a sense of betrayal? Like you said, the courts did justice in the matter, but now it just seems that everything has been overturned with this one decision. You're also telling us that nobody, in fact, from the government side even tried to reach out to the family, tried to reach out to Bilkis. In fact, the family found it out when some people in the village were apparently celebrating this.
No, so there were some feelers even on 14th. So I got a call from Bilkis's husband and he said, ma'am, is there any order from Supreme Court? Because we are hearing in the village that there is some order from Supreme Court and they are getting released. So we tried to find out and we said, no, we are not finding any such order. There is no notice to us. There's nothing on cards. So we couldn't find, unfortunately, anything when we were looking for on 14th. 15th, then he again called. He said, no, actually they have come out. There are sweets circulating, celebrations around. And then he said possibly there are going to be some felicitations or maybe some, some program is going to take place. So this is how we all came to know. So whether the government was supposed to reach out to her, but as a matter of fact, she was to be called upon. She had to be heard. Her concern were to be taken care of. So I'm not sure, since I do not have the order in hand yet, like we have not been able to get the order till now. So we do not know what are the considerations. But I would be, it would be further a shocker if after considering her welfare, after considering her concerns of fear, her safety, if after considering all that, this order of remission had come from the authorities, I would be more than surprised then.
Right, you asked me how am I feeling about it, how's the system feeling about it, to even say that, we understand what she's going through would be a complete lie, because we really don't understand what she went through, and we can't even imagine what she went through 20 years back and what she's going through right now. What are the legal options available? Have you discussed this with her?
So legal options she should not be knowing, she might have to be told, but the fact is all orders which are passed by the executives are subject to judicial review. So certainly she can file a writ petition in High Court. She can, this is how she has to proceed further, if she has to. But my point is, why should she go ahead? Why not government go? Why, I'm sure government would be planning to go against the order.
So you're expecting the other stakeholders to rake up the issue in the court?
Yeah, because the cases, complaints are filed, or there may be in each criminal case there would be a victim, but the criminal cases, except complaint cases, are being prosecuted by the state, and therefore the prosecutor is the state, investigating agency is the state, and they proceed with. In this case, since there was a transfer of case, CBI fought this case. CBI was the prosecutor. So when they are pushing, it is for them to make sure that they have done their best, they have worked hard in this matter, collected investigative material, and all the courts of the country had upheld the conviction with thick orders, thick judgments. So they must go. The stakeholders must go, who are duty bound as per the constitution to maintain law and order. So for me, it is who should go is the state or CBI or the central government.
Okay, Shobhaji, I also want to ask you, do you fear that this is only going to embolden more convicts who have committed such heinous crimes to actually take benefit and advantage of such remission policies? But before you answer, Shobhaji, I have to take a very quick break. We'll come back and then discuss this further.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia.
We are aware of reports of a proposed visit by this vessel, Khambantota port in August. let me just say the government carefully monitors any development having a bearing on India's security and economic interests and takes all necessary measures to safeguard them.
Unfortunately, I don't think you will see trade integration in the South Asian region. No. There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia. So we can keep that aside. We can have integration in dancing, we can have integration in cooking, but certainly are not going to have integration as far as the economy is concerned.
Gupta continues to be with us. Thank you for staying with us, Shobhaji. Like I was asking you, do you fear this is going to embolden hardened criminals and convicts to take advantage of the remission policy? Also, a lot of politics happening around the constitution of the panel itself.
Politics. No, see, remission is policies are there, and they, as a matter of right, can make applications for it and exercise that. So we have a reformative system of penal law, and so that's all okay. You are each accused is entitled to apply for remission. The concerned authorities are duty bound to consider. The only thing is, if the moment we get the order, the moment we have the order in hand and we get to know the criteria which have been applied, but if simplicity on face of it, this is the criteria, that 14 years have been gone by and they have improved their conduct, then I would be sorry, this cannot be the befitting application of mind. This would not be a proper application of mind for all the factors which the constitutional benches of Supreme Court, judgments of Supreme Court requires the competent authorities to consider before taking any such decision, especially the gravity of the offense, the conduct, the grossness involved.
Absolutely. Shobhaji, thank you very much for giving us your time. Thank you for joining us. Before we take a break on the broadcast, like I said, a lot of politics happening around the remission policy. The government's remission policy is being questioned, and so is the constitution of the panel. Let's quickly play out this reaction by Congress MP Ajay Kumar.
Shouldn't have any well-wishers like Mr. Modi for women, because if this is what he does when he wishes well for ladies, can you imagine what will happen if he wishes bad? Remove this BJP 2 MLAs from their party. And Mr. Modi should dismiss them, but he will not do it. He will never do it, because for them this was an election winning strategy.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
To commemorate 75 years of Indian independence, PM Modi launched Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. And yes, the campaign is exactly what it sounds like. Under this, the centre aims to see the tricolour hoisted atop more than 20 crore houses across the country. The aim of the campaign is to motivate each and every citizen of the country to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Now, in order to make sure that Tiranga is within the reach of each and every citizen of this country, the centre had to make some amendments in the Flag Code 2002. Questioning the amendments, the Congress slammed the BJP and said that the amendments in the Flag Code were specially made to favour China. Later, Congress further alleged that centre is now trying to sell the national flag. But before we delve deeper into this, let's first have a look at the original Flag Code and the amendments made to it. The centre has amended certain rules of the Indian Flag Code 2002 to aid the launch of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The centre, in the first amendment, allowed the use of polyester apart from cotton, wool, silk and khadi for making the hand-spun, hand-woven and machine-made flags. Earlier, the use of polyester and machine-made flags was not allowed. The next amendment came on July 20th, which allowed the display of Tiranga in open and also said that it can be hoisted day and night. Earlier, the flag was allowed to be hoisted only from sunrise to sunset, irrespective of the weather conditions. The amendment made by the centre in December 2021, which allowed the use of machine-made and polyester flags, is being widely criticized by the Congress. The Congress accuses BJP of favouring China by allowing the imports of polyester. Besides the opposition, some khadi weavers and some activists have also protested against the amendment brought by the centre in the Flag Code 2002. The Karnataka Khadi Udyog, for instance, has halted its operations and have also demanded a nationwide protest. The idea behind Har Ghar Tiranga is to invoke the feeling of patriotism in the hearts of the people and to promote awareness about the national flag. The centre believes that by bringing the national flag home collectively, it will become symbolic of not only an act of personal connection to the Tiranga, but also an embodiment of our commitment to nation building. Even though the opposition has criticized Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to the core, the BJP on the other hand has stuck to its nationalism agenda. While a political slugfest ensued over the use of Tiranga, the people of the country are dipped in patriotic fervor to celebrate the day. Even as the campaign gets criticized, the idea and the main aim of the center behind this campaign was to instill the patriotism in each and every citizen. And perhaps BJP did succeed in doing that.
In August last year, Taliban seized to power. They promised they have changed. They called themselves the Taliban 2.0. But what has changed? I'm being joined by a very renowned human rights activist, Zarifa Ghaffari. Thank you for speaking to Times Now, Zarifa.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Zarifa, let me begin by asking, Taliban call themselves the Taliban 2.0.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Exclusive with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first up, the focus is going to be on a suspected terror boat laden with AK-47s and ammunition, which was found in Maharashtra's Raigarh, floating away in the coast. Well, ripples went across the state and security apparatus as a red alarm was sounded all throughout the state amid threats of suspected terror attacks. Now, 3 AK-47 rifles, explosives and bullets also were among some of the documents which were seized from the boat. Well, security in Mumbai meanwhile has been tightened following the seizure. Now, central agencies have been roped in as well to ensure that a rerun of the 1993 Mumbai blast or the terrorist attacks which had happened of 26/11 does not take place again on the shores of Maharashtra. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who also handles the Home Department, has said that this boat was owned by an Australian woman which had drifted due to the inclement weather and had come to the Raigarh coast. This boat was coming from Muscat and going to Europe and had suffered engine failure during the harsh monsoon weather. Now, the crew of the ship was also rescued by one of the Korean navies, but the boat could not be towed away, and the company which provides security to the vessels and waters thought that the ship had actually sunk, which hopefully is going to explain what the entire fracas was all about. Meanwhile, security agencies are also carrying out thorough checks.
एक बोट स्ट्रैंडेड पाई गई, 3 AK राइफल और उसके साथ उसका एम्यूनेशन और बोट के कुछ कागजात पाए गए। तुरंत महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने और ATS ने सभी जगह नाकाबंदी की और इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की गई। हम लोगों ने तुरंत भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ संपर्क किया। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है।
But understandably, security agencies are now carrying out thorough checks in all the nearby areas as well as all the ships and boats in sea which are being checked to ensure that unidentified people are not hiding in them. In fact, the ATS chief Vineet Agarwal has said that they were looking at the matter from every possible angle. While speaking to Times Now exclusively, the ATS chief has added that it appears to be an official boat that they are investigating. It can be for the purpose of terrorism as well, and it may belong to some other country. It is an abandoned boat and we are looking at all the possibilities, he has insisted. Listen in.
Let us first see what is, we have to examine whether these are official weapons of some authority or these are weapons which are for terrorist purposes. These weapons may belong to some authority and maybe the boat has drifted here, and if there was a rough weather in the high seas and the boat has just drifted unmanned, then I think it's just one of those things which have happened. But we have to just investigate. We can't reach to conclusion now. We look at all angles. We'll have to see how these boats came into Indian waters and found on shore.
Now, as soon as the boat of Neptune Maritime Security was found, now the security was tightened immediately in the financial capital of Mumbai, which of course is just 200 meters from this area. Now, police have already swung into action and they've checked vehicles in the Mumbai-Goa highway as well. Neptune Maritime Security, meanwhile, has issued a statement saying that one of the boats, namely My Lady Han, has suffered damage during the monsoon in the Arabian Sea as well in June. So that's a clarification which is coming from them.
अभी वहाँ पर जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्माननीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें ATS की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे। इस पूरे मामले की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
So let me go across to Arunil, who's joining us with all the details from Mumbai. Arunil, you've been in touch with the security apparatus, you've been in touch with the ATS chief as well. Of course, now it turns out that it belongs to an Aussie woman. The antecedents of this boat have been traced. However, the red alert continues, doesn't it?
Well, that is right, Meghna. In fact, the whole of Maharashtra, especially on the western coast, from Mumbai till Ratnagiri, has been put on high alert. We also saw visuals of security personnel going to different boats, different places in Ratnagiri and Raigad specifically, and checking the ID card of the fishermen on the boat to ensure that there are no unidentified people hiding in any of the boats. So all kinds of precautions are being taken because this incident, when it unfolded, considering there were weapons like guns that were being recovered from this vessel. Later on, it has been confirmed by the Maharashtra Home Ministry as well that this was a private vessel being taken by an Australian captain from Muscat to Europe, and it capsized. The captain called for an emergency. Basically, a mayday was being called by the captain, and a Korean ship rescued these sailors. However, the boat could not be retrieved. The yacht could not be retrieved by this Korean ship, and that is why that is when it drifted towards the Indian shores, and it was recovered from Harihareshwar, which is around 200 kilometers from Mumbai. So yes, the weapons that have been recovered, they have been thoroughly checked by the ATS team. The Indian Coast Guard is also constantly in touch with the ATS, as well as the Mumbai police and the Maharashtra police have been conducting searches around the corner to ensure that there are no untoward incidents that take place, considering there are festivities that have been lined up in the state of Maharashtra. Tomorrow is Jayanti as well.
So Arunil, it's interesting, and I ask you this because Mumbai has its own grim memories of 2611 as well. The similar modus operandi was used, but in that case it was coming in from Pakistan and it was terrorists who were involved. Has the terror angle in this case been completely ruled out?
Well, we cannot say that it's been completely ruled out, but Maharashtra Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis himself giving out a statement saying that the boat belonged to a private individual who is an Australian. However, he also said that all the possibilities and angles are being investigated by the agencies concerned over here, your ATS as well as the Raigarh police and the central agencies which will be investigating it. So all the possible angles will be investigated. The terror angle will also be looked into. But prima facie, it looks like this boat belonged to a private individual and it had capsized near Muscat. The sailors were rescued at that time after a mayday call was being made. However, the said yacht, which could not be retrieved at that time, it drifted towards the Indian shore. That has been said by the said yacht company as well, Neptune Security Services, as well as confirmed by Oman, as well as by Indian Coast Guard and Indian Maritime.
Absolutely. In fact, the ATS chief, when he spoke exclusively to Times Now, he has very categorically said that we are not taking any chances. No angle is being ruled out as well. Thank you so much, Arunil, for getting us the inputs. But with that, let's move on in the bulletin. Tell you how Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese to the post of Associate Professor at the Kannur University. The reason? Well, this decision was taken by the Governor as Priya Varghese is the wife of KK Ragesh, who is a CPIM leader, which is of course in power in the state of Kerala, and private secretary to the Chief Minister himself. The opposition has alleged that there is a violation of norms and favoritism as well as nepotism, which has been shown in her appointment. The governor has issued a show cause notice to the Kannur University Vice Chancellor Professor Gopinath as well. Remember, the Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan is also the Vice Chancellor of the state-run universities. He has had several face-offs in the past as well with the state government since his appointment in 2019. His decision to stay Priya Varghese's appointment comes just a day after the state cabinet ratified the draft of a bill to be presented in the assembly later this month, which proposes to curtail the powers of the governor. In the midst of this, there is this massive war of words. So the fresh developments would further then aggravate the governor-government rift in Kerala. While the government is planning amendments in laws to curtail the governor's powers as chancellor of the universities. Now, Khan has openly stated on Tuesday that any law would require his nod as the governor. So this massive political storm has now erupted over the issue. CPIM has alleged that the BJP and Modi government are trying to topple the LDF-led government in Kerala, and central agencies such as the Enforcement Directorate are being used for this, while on the other side the governor is being used to exert pressure on the Kerala government.
What is happening in the north? What is happening in Lucknow University, Gorakhpur University, in all universities of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and others? All appointees are RSS appointees. In Himachal, all RSS, noted RSS pracharas have been appointed, pro-vice chancellor and vice chancellor and the members of the faculty of academia. Why? We have not made a hue and cry. Why BJP is making hue and cry? Why BJP? What is wrong? Let's wing. This is a nepotism which I want to.
Governor കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറച്ച് കാലമായിട്ട് രാഷ്ട്രീയ കളിയാണ്. ഗവർണറുടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ കളിയിൽ ഈ നിയമനവും അങ്ങ് പൊട്ടു. ഗവർണർ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഒരു ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥനാണ്, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ. പക്ഷെ അദ്ദേഹം എല്ലാറ്റിനും അധികാരമുണ്ട് എന്ന മട്ടിൽ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇടപെടുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അത് ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ഗവർണർ എങ്ങനെ ആക്ട് ചെയ്യണം എന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ ഭരണഘടനയിൽ 163-ലും 213-ലും കൃത്യമായി പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെതെല്ലാം ഈ ഭരണഘടനയിലെ വ്യവസ്ഥക്ക് ബാഹ്യമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള ചെയ്തികളാണ്.
One thing, only one thing. As long as I am Chancellor, there is no question that favoritism, nepotism will be allowed in the matter of appointments.
There was a political interference. There was a conspiracy behind that, involved by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Kannur University. So from our part, Save University Campaign Committee, we welcome the decision and we hope that this kind of nepotism and illegal appointments will be stopped.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും. അതായത് നാളെ അവധിയാണ്, മറ്റന്നാൾ
കോടതിയെ സമീപിക്കും.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും.
ഇല്ലാത്ത അധികാര പരിധിയിലാണ് പിന്നെ ഗവർണർ കൈകാട്ടുന്നത്. ഇല്ലാത്ത ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്.
ഇത് ഇതും വെച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങള്
കോടതിയെ സമീപിക്കുമെന്നുള്ള ഒറ്റ കാര്യം. ഇതിനെതിരെ കോടതിയെ സമീപിക്കുമോ?
ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. കോടതിയിലേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടി വരും.
നടപടിക്കെതിരെ കോടതിയെ സമീപിക്കും.
ഈ എഴുത്തിന്റെ ഈ ആക്ഷന്റെ ഈ എഴുത്ത് ഈ ഡയറക്ഷൻ കിട്ടിയില്ലേ, ഈ ഡയറക്ഷൻ ഞങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കും കോടതിനോട് ശരിയാണോ അല്ലയോ.
But with that, a quick break here on Explosive Exclusive. To stay tuned there.
Party symbol, flag of Bharatiya Janata Party is also there. But what is more shocking is this a particular sticker which has been on the windshield of this car, which says that Vidhayak Vidhan Sabha Sachivalaya, Gadi number 0505. I'm sorry, it's a UP 32HH0001.
इससे बड़ी शर्म की बात नहीं हो सकती।
I am saying some things that are maybe not the easiest thing in the world to hear. I'm not sitting here or standing here promising you tens and tens of billions of pounds of goodies straight away, because I don't think that's the right thing to do for our economy. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be straight with the country about the challenges we face and what is going to be required to fix them. And that's why I think you can trust me on this, because I'm prepared to do that, even though it's going to cost me politically.
Some big breaking news which is coming in. Quote, scathing remarks are coming in against Partha Chatterjee. There's no relief coming in for either him or his associate Arpita Mukherjee. Judicial custody of both the accused in the SSC scam case has now been extended till the 31st of August. The court has made some very scathing remarks as well. Let me go across to Tamal Saha, who's joining us. Tamal, already the sleuths have said that they have not cooperated. I believe the court too has made some scathing remarks. What were they?
Well, very interestingly, the Partha Chatterjee has moved forward a bail petition, which has of course now been rejected. But the ground for the bail petition was health situation. He had suggested that he is not keeping well, that his hemoglobin has gone down, that his creatine has gone up, that he has got other chronic issues. To which the Enforcement Directorate has finally suggested that his sickness has only multiplied ever since he has been arrested, which can be construed as nothing but fakery, quote unquote.
Right.
Number two, At this age, there could be comorbidities, and because of comorbidities, he cannot be granted bail. Number 3, the ED was also maintained that there are more bank accounts which have now been tracked down by the agency, and there are LIC documents which indicate that Partha Chatterjee has simply not been a nominee but has given the phone number for Arpita's policies.
So things clearly are not looking good for Partha Chatterjee as his as well as Arpita's custodies have extended. Thank you so much, Tamal, for joining us. With that, that's all we could pack in for you in this bulletin. Thank you for watching. The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. This is the top 50 at 7. Maharashtra's Raigarh in high alert after suspected terror boat found near Harihareshwar shore carrying AK47 rifles, explosives and bullets. State Police issues high alert in Raigad District. Maharashtra ATS chief tells Times Now terror angle also being probed. Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis tells Maharashtra Assembly boat belonged to an Australian woman and it was going from Muscat to Europe. After boat laden with weapons recovered at Mumbai's coast, security officials do a thorough check of all the vessels coming into the Ratnagiri district. Neptune P2P Group released a statement saying that the boat My Lady Hun was presumed sunk and started drifting on the 22nd of June. Partha Chatterjee makes massive claim in court, says no one will be spared and everything will be proven in time. Their judicial custody of Partha and Arpita extended till the 31st of August. Big leap towards Ek Vidhan in Kashmir as 25 lakh new voters are put on the roll. Terror group TRF issues threat to intensify attacks in the valley. Gupkar gang under fire for singing tunes similar to that of terror sympathizers. National Conference leader Sheikh Bashir says they will not allow non-locals from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh to cast their vote in the valley. After the rapists of Bilkis Bano are released, TMC leader Mahua Moitra launches a scathing attack, says the nation should decide whether Bilkis is a woman or only a Muslim. Asuddin Owaisi also joins in the attack in the case as Prime Minister speaks of women's empowerment. But why have 11 accused in the case, 11 convicts in the case, been released? After row over Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, now JDU MLA Bima Bharti opens front against MLA Lacy Singh, says Lacy kills those who talks against her. Lens also on Bihar Agriculture Minister Sudhakar Singh, who is accused of embezzling rice worth crores of rupees. Nitish battles dissent from his own party, and when questioned on tainted Mantri, he says, "Mamla dekha ja raha hai." Deputy CM also dismisses all charges on Bihar Law Minister accused of kidnapping, said it's a conspiracy by the BJP and the media to defame the RJD-JDU alliance. Lawlessness on the rise in Nitish's Raj. Young girl is shot in the neck from a point-blank range by her stalker. Criminals target security forces as well. An army jawan who was travelling from Patna to Guwahati was shot dead in Kankarbagh area after he tried to resist a burglary attempt. Tug of war over giving shelter to Rohingya peaks. Confusion within BJP mounts. Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta says Aam Aadmi Party is sheltering Rohingyas. Deputy CM of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, says Union Home Minister Amit Shah should order an investigation to find out on whose instructions the decision to shift Rohingya Muslims from detention centres to EWS flats was taken. Kerala Governor stays appointment of CPM leader's wife, but left will not back merit. CPM State Secretary says the governor has turned into a BJP agent. Congress rakes up 1984 wound as their Mantri Karamjit Singh, as a man who claims to be a member, Karamjit Singh, wears the T-shirt with picture of Jagdish Titler into the Golden Temple. Savarkar poster Rao gets bigger. Bajrang Dal workers put up Savarkar banner in Tumkuru. Posters with images of Savarkar and Godse also surface in Mangalore. Banners wishing people Krishna Janmashtami have pictures of Savarkar on them. After poster, now BJP leader Yashpal Suvarna demands that Savarkar's statue be set up in Udupi. BJP Yuva Morcha workers wave a black flag and throw eggs and raise Siddaramaiah Go Back slogans as he arrives in Kodagu. After OPS challenged High Court's order on possession of AIDMK headquarters by EPS, Supreme Court issues notices to EPS but refuses to stay the High Court order. Tussle over the Handi celebrations between BJP and Uddhav Thackeray camp. BJP to celebrate festival in Jamburi Maidan in Aditya Thackeray's constituency, where Uddhav Sena was earlier the sole owner. Jailed Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appeared in a defamation case filed against him by BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife Medha Somaya and pleaded not guilty. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath inaugurated a bridge on Saryu River in Gorakhpur. Bridge to gap distance between Gorakhpur and Prayagraj, built at a cost of 194 crores. Karoli rioter Matloob still on the run, but when Times Now confronted Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot on it, he evaded the question. FIR filed against YouTuber in Moradabad for making objectionable comments on Hindu goddesses. Action taken after complaint from users for hurting religious sentiments. In a big relief for Anubrata Mandal's daughter, supplementary affidavit in case is not accepted. Personal appearance of Sukanya and 5 others withdrawn. Matter to be heard now on the 1st of September. In order to bring back Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's remains to India, his daughter said she will soon approach the Indian and Japanese governments for a DNA test of the ashes. Indian Railways kicked off trial run for the 3rd Vande Bharat Express train, which is likely to run between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. Union Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari inaugurated double-decker bus in Mumbai. The Union Minister hailed the inauguration as a step towards pollution-free country. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand Pushkar Dhami inaugurated the Uttarakhand State Senior Badminton Competition by playing badminton himself. Massive fire broke out at a warehouse of an oil company in Chennai. According to police, no casualties were reported. Medical Representative Board has made a massive claim before the Supreme Court, said that makers of Dolo 650 spent 1,000 crores as freebies on doctors for prescribing the tablet. Several localities of Surat city were inundated after water level in 5 creeks went up after heavy rainfall. As a precautionary measure, 20 roads in Surat have been closed. Due to heavy rainfall in the state of Odisha, over 4.767 lakh people across more than 1,700 villages have been affected, and the rescue operations are underway. A school bus carrying children fell into a pit in Raigarh city of Maharashtra. Rescue operations underway. A man charged with stabbing Salman Rushdie on stage in New York said that he was surprised to learn the author had survived. NASA built the SLS to reinstate its presence on the moon. It is said that this rocket is the cornerstone which aims to set up permanent bases on the moon's orbit surface. US military is planning to hold ground training exercises with India. The exercise is to be held less than 100 kilometers from India's border with China. After a bombing at a mosque in Kabul, 21 people have been killed. United States and Taiwan announced the start of negotiations to close a bilateral trade and investment pact. Vladimir Putin offered money to women to have 10 or more children to restore the country's demographic crisis. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shared aftermath footage of a Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv. He says this is a cynical attack on civilians. Russian Defense Ministry has accused Ukrainian armed forces of provoking a catastrophe at the nuclear power plant. Heavy rain continued to pelt New Zealand, causing further disruptions and road closures. Hundreds of people have been forced to evacuate their home. A raging fire has engulfed a mountainside in southwest China. The burning area glowed orange and the fire continued to spread across swaths of the forest. Big story on Times Now. Can an Indian be an outsider in his own country? But such is the state of parochial politics in Kashmir that unimaginable xenophobia is being spewed. For the first time since the abrogation of Article 370, electoral rolls of Kashmir have been updated to give a vote to all adults who reside in the Union territory. To the existing 76 lakh, now 25 lakh more voters have been added in the biggest leap towards Sabka Kashmir. However, parties from the valley have in fact expressed fear that outsiders are now going to try and manipulate the political situation. They will upset the status quo politically in the valley by exercising their franchise.
मैं बिल्कुल वसूख से कहता हूं और मैं अपने साथियों को, सारी पार्टियों को कहूंगा कि इस सिस्टम को रोको, नहीं तो आपको ये जो यूपी और बिहार के लोग जो हैं ये खा जाएंगे। यहाँ क्राइम पहले ही बढ़ रहा है, रोज नया नया क्राइम मतलब वजूद में आ रहा है।
This is the last nail in the coffin of electoral democracy here. जम्मू कश्मीर एक लेबोरेटरी बन चुका है बीजेपी के लिए. यहाँ वो तजुर्बा करते हैं, उसके बाद बाहर जाके उसको अप्लाई करते हैं. और जितना भी जो भी कुछ जम्मू कश्मीर में हो रहा है, ये इस फसाड में हो रहा है कि हम जम्मू कश्मीर को मुख्य धारा का हिस्सा बनाना चाहते हैं. हम इसका इंटीग्रेशन करना चाहते हैं कंट्री के साथ.
We sincerely hope that the Chief Election Commissioner of Leh Ladakh is working to establish free and fair elections in J&K rather than cementing or ensuring hike in number of voters for one particular party.
Now, while the mainstream parties of the valley are denying them a ballot, Islamist radicals have also threatened voters who are not Kashmiris with a bullet. Watch this poster circulated by a terror outfit that warns of increased targeted attacks on non-locals. While number of threats have been issued in this poster saying that we know that this is the reason behind targeting non-locals and pundits will accelerate attacks and it will be hell for non-locals if they want to live like scapegoats, then start counting the bodies. That is what the TRF has said. But for each attack of the opposition, there is a clear counter based on facts. Here's what sources in the Election Commission have said. They have said that 5,000. All right. In fact, let's go straight across to our debate. Joining us now is Shazia Almi, spokesperson of the BJP. A suspended Congress leader Sanjay Jha is also with us. Let me first ask you, Shazia Almi, is there an effort to try and change the demography of Jammu and Kashmir? Well, not at all. But my question is that all those people who spoke about democracy and the inclusion, why would they want to others and other castes and people who've been living in the state? Why should they be kept out of the processes of elections and be denied the right to cast their vote? If there is a process and that has been done fairly to include voters, so how does it matter that are we going to look at the religion of the voter and the party to which they will vote or not vote before we can think of a fair way to not even gerrymander as they call it in the US, but delimitation here to include more voters, and this has been the purpose of the commission. And now that the demographics are changing and Mehbooba Mufti and the likes of her feel, the Gupkar lobby, so to speak, that they in some way could face a backlash, they would question the process and question other Indians and want to deny their right to franchise. I think that is hypocrisy. Sanjay Jha. And I don't know why people are not raising this issue. Sanjay Jha, if it applies to the rest of the country, why shouldn't it apply to Jammu and Kashmir?
A valid question. I think the point that we need to probably recognize that this is basically a manifestation of the trust deficit that the government has not been able to build with the politicians or the public in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you that I agree with you that every Indian citizen, wherever he or she lives, must have a right to vote. Having said that, I mean, there are, obviously overt concerns and apprehensions that you heard from Mehbooba Mufti, who was earlier, by the way, a partner with the BJP in a government. So the BJP should be aware of that. The second point is even the National Conference is actually called for an all-party meet, simply because there is this concern that the BJP railroads itself, that it is trying to, very blatantly change their demography, that ultimately the intention is to actually remove the Kashmiri culture through an outsider, kind of amalgamation into the state. Should it happen spontaneously and by a natural process, or is the government actually trying to force things without consulting other parties? I think it's for the BJP and the central government to understand that Kashmir is sensitive. Article 370 is still in the Supreme Court. We don't know what the Supreme Court will say on that finally. But more importantly, I mean, it's a state where the people are frankly frankly speaking, everyone, in my opinion, wants to be and is part of a very inclusive India. And therefore, if one is not going to engage and, build trust through dialogue or through confidence building measures, you will find these responses from politicians.
Ahmed Ayaz, why the fear mongering? Are people from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh not Indians? Why can't they vote in Jammu Kashmir like they do in the rest of India?
Good question. Very good question. Padmaja, but look at the drop in...
Just a second, Mr. Jha. I'll just bring in Mr. Ahmed Ayaz and come back to you. Ahmed Ayaz.
So, Padmaja, it is not just rumor mongering. You have to understand that Kashmir is, J&K is not as normal as any other state in the country, like Bihar, UP, Punjab. I mean, it has been, it is treated accordingly, and it has been differently. It has seen the pain, it is in pain, and without diagnosing and to treat it well and give the proper treatment, we are adding to the pain. When Article 370 was abrogated, that time it was apprehensions were expressed that it's heading towards and then that was clarified. No, the 370 removal is not just for that. It is only to see that say that the J&K comes is normalized and it goes on the development way, and then the corruption is removed and so many other things, militancy ends. I mean, these are the factors given that time. And
it's a sensitive area, Shazia Ilmi. The least that could be done is do proper consultation with all the stakeholders rather than thrusting this change on them and creating a sense of insecurity.
So I'm very happy about one thing that my fellow speaker, Mr. Ayaz, actually admits to the fact that this is a different state and there is a different kind of a pathos there and things are not normal. So how did we come to this and how do we normalize this? I think exactly for these reasons and more, this must be done. So some people have made sure that things are not normal, and why is that so? Because there has been the status quo had to be challenged, and we all know how all parties voted in the parliament on Article 370. Some, of course, they gave their conditions. Some went to there are people who went to court asking about the process whereby it was adopted. But we all know how everybody voted for abrogation of Article 370. Mr. Ayaz, don't you think this is a very problem that you just mentioned? That it is, why is it not normal? Because the perverse situation and leadership the Kashmiri populace found themselves dealing with, having a little choice. I think there has to be a matter of choice also for them, and also instead of having the same old stalemate and a politics of majboori that we saw in terms of people voters, don't you think there should be more voters, more inclusiveness, and we cannot deny any Indian the right to vote? So are you saying that Kashmir is only for Kashmiris, and on the one hand you talk about what is Kashmiriyat? So does it not again become a matter of religion? Because clearly
it raises the doubts, and it raises doubts about the working of the government and that too of BJP. Why? Because as I said that when Article 370 was abrogated and people expressed these apprehensions that they are going to change the demography by getting people inside, outsiders inside, and then it was clarified that time, no, it is not that, it is for a different purpose. And today it is proved to be correct because BJP wanted it to be utilized for their political purposes, for their vote bank, for their elections. So that's what I say. How these people accept all this? See, it is not that if I go to Delhi and vote there, sit there, stay there, vote there, it is normal. But in your case, it is a planned act to see that as if you are at war with the Kashmiris. That's the worst part of it. Because you are thrusting things on the Kashmir, on the Kashmiris, without knowing their sentiment, without knowing their feelings, without considering their part. So that being a problem.
No, sir.
No, you may say so.
No, sir, it's not as simplistic. This war cry cannot be used. This war cry cannot be used. Kashmiri sentiment. Kashmiri Pandits had the sentiment too. And you think the people who have been kept out of the system, whether you look at the Safai Karamcharis and others, do you think they don't have sentiments? Do you think the Dalits don't have sentiments? Do you think all others who've been working there, living there should be denied this? What do you mean? The sentiments belong to only one religion and one particular community? Or what, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I think it's very unfair that I have to even discuss this with you. I think there's a big problem with what you're arguing, sir. I think you must not go further than this, because you're going against the very ethos of forget Kashmiriyat and Ruhaniyat and Jamhuriyat, but of Insaniyat. You know, you are stamping upon so many principles that I don't want you to.
Kashmiri Muslim or a Sikh, people have no problem with that. But when you are trying to get people, see Kashmir, just tell me Kashmir is a tourist place. Do you mean that a tourist coming for 15 days here, he will be given the citizenship, ordinary citizenship to vote, or a labor who is a seasonal labor coming here and you will give him a status of a ordinary citizen and to vote? I mean, this is a very ridiculous.
Let's not trivialize the debate, Ayaz ji. Let's not know. It's very ridiculous. It's most ridiculous that you have reduced the entire conversation to tourists going there. Well, the tourists who visit Kashmir are citizens of India. One, that they are being offered citizenship is a claim I will want to challenge and dispute. The fact of the matter is, people who have been living there, who want to live there and consider it their state, must have a right to vote there, as is the matter all over. There is cross movement across states all over India, and wherever people make it their home for a certain number of years, it becomes their home. They make their voter cards and Aadhaar cards accordingly, and then they get the right to exercise adult franchise, irrespective of the fact that their grandparents
just tell me the permanent residents of the Jammu and Kashmir who have been all the way enjoying the rights, the safeguards on their service and their lands. How do you expect all of a sudden people to come from outside and get settled or get votes? Or I mean, there are a lot of apprehensions being expressed. Sir, and today I can tell you, yes, those are valid. Today you are giving a vote right, and tomorrow you can do something else also.
People are used to.
Tomorrow you can do something else also. When the case is the Supreme Court, you should have respect to that also.
To reduce it to saying that tourists will be made voters, you also know that's a very facetious argument. But to say that your entire state will be taken over and now people from Bihar decide what happens to your state, that is how India functions. We travel across the country to there are people from Bihar, from UP, from Maharashtra who are voting in Delhi, in Punjab, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, and vice versa, because we're all one country and we vote there. I'm sure there are people from Jammu and Kashmir who live in other parts of the country and they vote there as well. What is this ridiculous argument?
In the case, perhaps there would not have been a point. But the question is, it is being done in a planned way. So in a normal way, if a Kashmiri goes outside and gets a job there and gets a voter card, that's a different thing. But in case of Kashmir, it is a planned thing being done to see that the demography is changed. That's the whole trouble.
Well, that is, sir, exactly what you are trying to project it as, except this is the process and it happens anywhere in the country. You are the people who are trying to project it as some kind of devious conspiracy to change the demography. However, it is very simply process. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much, both gentlemen. Shazia Almi for joining me. Quick break.
Most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia.
are reports of a proposed visit by this vessel Hambantota port in August. Let me just say the government carefully monitors any development having a bearing on India's security and economic interests and takes all necessary measures to safeguard them.
Unfortunately, I don't think you will see trade integration in the South Asian region. No. There will have to be bilateral agreement with whoever we want. There's too much of politics involved for there to be a regional trade agreement in South Asia. So we can keep that aside. We can have integration in dancing, we can have integration in cooking, but certainly are not going to have integration as far as the economy is concerned.
Is making news across the country. A man has been charged with stabbing Salman Rushdie on a stage in New York, and he has now said that he was surprised to learn that the author had survived the attack. NASA has built the SLS to reinstate its presence on the moon. It is said that this rocket is the cornerstone which aims to set up permanent bases in the moon's orbit surface. US military is planning to hold ground training exercises with India. The exercise is to be held less than 100 kilometers from India's border with China. Bombing at a mosque in Kabul during evening prayers killed at least 21 people. There was no immediate claim of responsibility for the attack. The United States and Taiwan announced the start of negotiations to close a bilateral trade and investment pact in fall. Taking a quick break, the big stories continue on the other side. I will see you at 10 on the News Hour agenda.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure. for dinner time debaters. From metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
To commemorate 75 years of Indian independence, PM Modi launched Harihareshwar Tiranga campaign. And yes, the campaign is exactly what it sounds like. Under this, the centre aims to see the tricolour hoisted atop more than 20 crore houses across the country. The aim of the campaign is to motivate each and every citizen of the country to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Now, in order to make sure that Tiranga is within the reach of each and every citizen of this country, the centre had to make some amendments in the Flag Code 2002. Questioning the amendments, the Congress slammed the BJP and said that the amendments in the Flag Code were specially made to favour China. Later, Congress further alleged that centre is now trying to sell the national flag. But before we delve deeper into this, let's first have a look at the original Flag Code and the amendments made to it. The centre has amended certain rules of the Indian Flag Code 2002 to aid the launch of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The centre, in the first amendment, allowed the use of polyester apart from cotton, wool, silk and khadi for making the hand-spun, hand-woven and machine-made flags. Earlier, the use of polyester and machine-made flags was not allowed. The next amendment came on July 20th, which allowed the display of Tiranga in open and also said that it can be hoisted day and night. Earlier, the flag was allowed to be hoisted only from sunrise to sunset, irrespective of the weather conditions. The amendment made by the centre in December 2021, which allowed the use of machine-made and polyester flags, is being widely criticized by the Congress. The Congress accuses BJP of favouring China by allowing the imports of polyester. Besides the opposition, some khadi weavers and some activists have also protested against the amendment brought by the centre in the Flag Code 2002. The Karnataka Khadi Udyog, for instance, has halted its operations and have also demanded a nationwide protest. The idea behind Har Ghar Tiranga is to invoke the feeling of patriotism in the hearts of the people and to promote awareness about the national flag. The centre believes that by bringing the national flag home collectively, it will become symbolic of not only an act of personal connection to the Tiranga, but also an embodiment of our commitment to nation building. Even though the opposition has criticized Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to the core, the BJP on the other hand has stuck to its nationalism agenda. While a political slugfest ensued over the use of Tiranga, the people of the country are dipped in patriotic fervour to celebrate the day. Even as the campaign gets criticized, the idea and the main aim of the centre behind this campaign was to instill the patriotism in each and every citizen. And perhaps BJP did succeed in doing that.
In August last year, Taliban seized to power. They promised they have changed. They called themselves the Taliban 2.0. But what has changed? I'm being joined by a very renowned human rights activist, Zarifa Ghaffari. Thank you for speaking to Times Now, Zarifa.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Zarifa, let me begin by asking, Taliban call themselves the Taliban 2.0.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You watching News Pulse with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. A quick roundup of all the top focus stories here on Times Now. First, we are going to talk about the trauma of the past 20 years, which has washed over Bilkis Bano yet again. 2 days after 11 rapists and murderers were released, Bilkis Bano, who was just 21 at the time when the murderers unleashed havoc in her life, she's once again been forced to relive this pain. The pain of being brutally gang raped when she was 5 months pregnant. The pain of seeing her 3.5-year-old daughter being murdered by one of those who's now roaming free. Her mother was raped and brutalized. The pain of watching in horror as 7 members of her family were butchered by those blinded by hate. 20 years later, the fear is back to haunt Bilkis and her family. In a heart-wrenching statement, she now pleads for her right to live in peace without fear. Bilkis says that she has been left numb and devastated. But hear her husband now voicing their fears.
ખબર સાંભળવાથી અમને એટલું બધું દુઃખ અને એક માયુસ થઈ ગયા છે કે અમે આટલા લાંબા સમયથી લડાઈ લડી એનો આ નતીજો છે એટલે અમને બહુ દુઃખ અને ડર જે ઓછો હતો એ આજે વધી ગયો છે. સરકાર તરફથી જે સહાય કરવામાં આવી છે 50 લાખ રૂપિયાની જે સહાય છે એમને ચૂકવી દેવામાં આવી છે અને સરકાર સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટે જે સરકારને આદેશ કર્યો છે કે એક મકાન એમને આપવું જોઈએ અને નોકરી આપવી જોઈએ એના વિશે હજુ કોઈ નિર્ણય નથી થયો.
Meanwhile, picking up the cudgels on behalf of Bilkis, the opposition is now demanding the remission to be reviewed and revoked. At the same time, questioning the composition of the panel which had approved this decision to offer 11 rapists respite from jail term.
प्रधानमंत्री देश से 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से अपने भाषण में तकरीर में महिलाओं की एम्पावरमेंट की बात की, महिलाओं के ताल्लुक से बड़ी अच्छी बातें की. उसी दिन भाजपा की गुजरात की सरकार ने उस महिला को जिसकी 3 साल की बेटी को कत्ल कर दिया गया, जिसका बलात्कार हुआ, 11 लोगों ने उसका बलात्कार किया, उन लोगों को भाजपा की सरकार अपनी रेमिशन पॉलिसी के तहत उनको छोड़ती है. कि उस रेमिशन पॉलिसी की रिव्यू कमेटी में कौन था? एक का नाम था जनाब मुलचंदानी साहब, जो गोधरा के राइट्स में वो एक प्रोसिक्यूशन के विटनेस थे, और दूसरे उसमें बीजेपी भाजपा के 2 एमएलए थे. तो आप इनसे इंसाफ की कैसे उम्मीद रखते हैं रिव्यू कमेटी की?
In public, Bilkis was raped. They have been left out of the jail. Now what does it mean? If this is law and order, this is the judiciary, this is the meaning of jail. 15 people and the RSS BJP people are distributing sweets. When they came out from the jail, they were distributed, they were given a heroic welcome. Nari ka सम्मान. What sort of सम्मान Prime Minister has given Nari?
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्य की बात है हमारे इंडिया के लिए, और मैं कंडेम करता हूँ गुजरात सरकार की इस डिसीजन को, और मोदी साहब और शाह साहब को, अमित शाह जी को मैं आह्वान करता हूं कि आप जल्दी ऑर्डर करें, इसको विड्रॉ करें और उस 11 कन्विक्टेड को फिर अपनी जगह, जिस जगह पे वो रहना चाहिए वहां भेज दे. इसलिए कि देखिए होम मिनिस्ट्री का ये गाइडलाइन है कि इसी तरह जो सीवियर केसेस है उसमें रेमिशन पॉलिसी के अंडर में किसी को नहीं छूट दे सकते. उसमें रेप का केस भी है. प्रधानमंत्री जी चिल्ला के बोल रहे थे, औरतों के सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी की बात कर रहे थे, आत्मनिर्भरशील की बात कर रहे थे, हमारे वुमेन्स की एम्पावरमेंट की बात कर रहे थे. दूसरे दिन ही उन्हीं की स्टेट में, जिस स्टेट से मोदी जी आते हैं, जहां वो लॉन्ग टाइम रोल किया है, उन्हीं के स्टेट में होम मिनिस्ट्री के रूल्स को वायलेट करते हुए गुजरात सरकार ने इस शर्मनाक डिसीजन लिया. मैं इसको कंडेम करता हूं. बिल्कुल बिल्किस बानो का अफसोस करना बिल्कुल वजह है. एक तो बिल्किस बानो के साथ ये हुआ, वो खुद 5 मंथ प्रेग्नेंट थी, उनके साथ ये दुष्कर्म किया गया था. ये दुष्कर्म करने वाले कन्विक्टेड हुए.
So it's shocking that this is happening
And that too, I mean, the indelicacy on the Amrit Mahotsav day, they celebrate by releasing these criminals in this manner. It's very unfortunate.
Shouldn't have any well wishers like Mr. Modi for women, because if this is what he does when he wishes well for ladies, can you imagine what will happen if he wishes bad? Remove this BJP 2 MLAs from their party, and Mr. Modi should dismiss them, but he will not do it. He will never do it, because for them this was an election winning strategy.
Now, even as the family faces uncertain future, still coming to terms with trauma, those remitted are set to start a new life.
મેં 14 વર્ષ ઉપરની સજા પૂરી કરી હોય ને 18 વર્ષ થયા છતાં નહીં છૂટતા મેં નામદાર સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટમાં એક અરજી કરી હતી. એ અરજીના અનુસંધાને સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટે રાજ્ય સરકારને નિર્ણય લેવા જણાવતા અમને મુક્ત કરવામાં આવ્યા છે. અને મુક્ત થયા પછી મને બહુ ખુશી થાય છે. આજે હું મારા પરિવારના સભ્યોને મળીશ અને નવી જિંદગીની શરૂઆત કરીશ. અને મને જેને બી આમાં મદદ કરી છે, મારા પરિવારને સહકાર આપ્યો છે, તે બદલ હું બધાનો ધન્યવાદ કરું છું.
Well, with that, let's move on in the bulletin. This is our other top focus story here on Times Now. Well, the Federation of Medical and Sales Representative Association of India has made a massive disclosure in the Supreme Court today. Well, the top medical body has stated that the Central Board for Direct Taxes has accused the makers of Dolo 650 tablets of distributing freebies worth 1,000 crore rupees to doctors to prescribe the medicine. The whopping amount was allegedly spent to get doctors to prescribe the medicine. Now, the Apex Court has also expressed shock at this revelation. In fact, even while he was hearing the case, Justice Chandrachud had remarked that the disclosure is in music to his ears and he himself had been asked to take Dolo when he got COVID. No wonder then that COVID makers were in the news in January this year for breaking all the sales records, recording the sales worth 537 crore rupees of sales of over 350 crore pills. Now, the record sales also reflected in the massive profit jump of the company from 319 crores in 2019. The profits of Dolo makers jumped to 1,124 crores in 2021, a 4-time jump in 2 years. So, of course, this has sparked off a massive controversy as to why Dolo was being prescribed and if Dolo was being prescribed by doctors in return for freebies. The Medical Association has stepped in and said if there is this kind of collusion between the pharma industry and doctors, then it must be investigated. However, it's wrong to paint the entire medical fraternity with the same brush. So, let me go across to Harish. Harish, you must tell us what exactly happened in the Supreme Court, what are the submissions which were made to the court, and more importantly, what happens next? Is there going to be a probe into it?
Yes, that's right. Makers of Dolo 650 spend the rupees 1,000 crore as freebies on doctors for prescribing this tablet. This is the startling allegation leveled by the medical representatives body. Now it took a very serious turn as the Supreme Court has sought a response from the centre within 10 days on the very serious allegation and also on the PIL which has sought directions to make pharmaceutical companies liable for giving freebies to doctors as incentive to prescribe their drugs. This startling revelation was made by Federation of Medical and Sales Representative Association of India, who claimed before Supreme Court that the Central Board of Direct Taxes has accused makers of Dolo 650 tablets of distributing freebies worth rupees 1,000 crore to doctors as consideration for prescribing the tablets. Senior Advocate Sanjay Parekh, appearing for the Federation, submitted that Dolo had invested rupees 1,000 crore in freebies to have its anti-fever drug and also COVID prescribed for parents. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, who was shocked, said it's a serious issue and even he was prescribed the same drug during COVID. And I quote him, "This is not music to my ears. I was also asked to have the same when I had COVID. This is a serious issue and matter." So as of now, it's a very startling revelation and the Supreme Court has sought the central's response within 10 days. Back to you.
Well, keep trying the developments on that front, and of course we hope that there's going to be a thorough probe. If these charges are true, it has rung alarm bells across India. Thank you so much, Harish. Meanwhile, Times Now has also spoken to the former IMA president, Dr. Jayalal, on the controversy. This is what he has to say.
I fully agree with you that the doctors should be on the ethical principle, they should not do. But please remember, Dolo paracetamol is one of the very commonest drugs which is available out of the on the counter sale. Every nook and corner, all kind of doctors, irrespective of the modern medicine, were using is a Dolo. And every house, every home will have this Dolo tablet or paracetamol tablet, especially during the COVID time. And if you see, there is the most common drug which was sold in the market was paracetamol. I don't think at any point of time a good practicing modern medical doctor will get money to prescribe a paracetamol and as a tablet, as a Dolo to the prescriber. It is totally, a non-acceptable one. If some doctor is involved, definitely they have to be punished beyond the level. So no doctor will go and get this money for the Dolo prescription. But remember, in this country, giving that bribe is also a punishment.
Okay.
Whoever the company which has given, they should be also penalized. They should be asked to come out with a list of the doctors. It should be made public. Instead of blaming the whole medical community, let us blame the black sheep.
Well, there you have it. That's a very important clarification coming out from the medical fraternity. Many of them have been saying, yes, indeed, this is a very serious allegation. However, it would be wrong to paint the entire medical fraternity with the same brush. Meanwhile, big breaking news which is coming in. Sources are telling us that the Dolo makers are now issuing a statement. In fact, Micro Labs is the parent company of Dolo 650. It says, we are not party to the case in the Supreme Court. It is a medical representative body versus the government of India. We don't have any statement to be made at this point on this case. Now, this is very interesting because Dolo makers per se are not part of the party, are not party to the case which is there in the Supreme Court. They are saying that it's between the medical representatives versus the government of India, and it has nothing to do with us. So no clarity there coming in from the makers of Dolo either. Let me go across to Sharon. Sharon, interesting statement there coming in from the makers, although they haven't categorically come out and said there was no such impropriety, no such collusion either.
The makers of Dolo, the Micro Labs, the sources have in fact been telling us when Times Now had approached them for a statement as far as the case in Supreme Court is concerned, they have made it very clear that they are not, as of now, they are not party to the case. It is a case between the medical representative body versus the government of India after the CBDT had conducted raids and they have found how 1,000 crore freebies were being given to doctors who are prescribing Dolo 650, based on which the medical representative body have filed a case. This is a case that is happening between the government of India and the medical representative body, and hence Dolo 65 makers, Micro Labs, have no statement to be made on the case right now. They have been saying in case in future they have made the party in case the Supreme Court asks them to make a statement or needs to be included in the case, then they will be represented by a lawyer and hence a statement will be made then. But as of now, they are not party to the case is what the sources have been telling us from Micro Labs.
Right. Keep trying the developments on that front. Thank you so much, Shireen. And of course, this is one of the human interest stories that here on Times Now we're going to be tracking very closely for our viewers. With that, a short break.
symbol, flag of Bharatiya Janata Party is also there. But what is more shocking is this a particular sticker which has been on the windshield of this car, which says that Vidhayak Vidhan Sabha Sachivalaya, Gadi number 0505. I'm sorry, it's a UP 32HH0001.
इससे बड़ी शर्म की बात नहीं हो सकती।
I am saying some things that are maybe not the easiest thing in the world to hear. I'm not sitting here or standing here promising you tens and tens of billions of pounds of goodies straight away, because I don't think that's the right thing to do for our economy. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be straight with the country about the challenges we face and what is going to be required to fix them. And that's why I think you can trust me on this, because I'm prepared to do that, even though it's going to cost me politically.
Welcome back. You're watching News Pulse. Well, after a suspected terror boat laden with AK-47s and ammunitions was found in Maharashtra's Raigarh, there has been massive ripples across the state as well as the entire security apparatus, as a red alert was sounded throughout the state amid suspected terror attack. Well, 3 AK-47 rifles, explosives, bullets along with some documents were seized from the boat. Well, security in Mumbai meanwhile has been tightened following the seizure. Well, central agencies also have been roped in to ensure that a rerun of the 1993 Mumbai blast or the terror attacks of 26/11 do not take place yet again. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who also remember handles the Home Department, has said that this boat was owned by an Australian woman which drifted due to the inclement weather and came to the Raigarh coast, and that it was actually going from Muscat to Europe and had suffered engine failure during harsh monsoon season. In fact, listen in to the clarification which is coming in.
एक बोट स्ट्रैंडेड पाई गई, 3 AK राइफल और उसके साथ उसका एम्यूनेशन और बोट के कुछ कागजात पाए गए। तुरंत महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने और ATS ने सभी जगह नाकाबंदी की और इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की गई। हम लोगों ने तुरंत भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ संपर्क किया। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है।
Meanwhile, security agencies are now carrying out a thorough check in the nearby areas, and all the ships and boats in the sea are being checked to ensure that unidentified people are not hiding in them. In fact, Times Now has spoken exclusively to the ATS chief as well, Vineet Agarwal. He says that they are looking at the matter from all angles, not even ruling out the terror angle. Listen it.
Let us first see what is, we have to examine whether these are official weapons of some authority or these are weapons which are for terrorist purposes. These weapons may belong to some authority, and maybe the boat has drifted here, and if there was a rough weather in the high seas and the boat has just drifted unmanned, then I think it's just one of those things which have happened. But we have to just investigate. We can't reach to conclusion now. If you look at all angles, we'll have to see how these boats came into Indian waters and found Indian shores.
Now, as soon as the boats of Neptune Maritime Security were found, the security was tightened in the financial capital of Mumbai, which, remember, is merely 200 kilometers away from the shores. Well, police have now swung into action. They've checked all the vehicles in the Mumbai-Goa highway. Neptune Maritime Security, meanwhile, has issued a statement saying that one of the boats, named My Lady Han, suffered damage during the monsoon in the Arabian Sea in June.
अभी वहाँ पर जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्माननीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें ATS की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे। इस पूरे मामले की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
Well, that's all we could pack in for you. With that, it's time for India Up Front with our editor-in-chief, Rahul Shivshankar. Over to you, Rahul.
Thanks indeed, Meghna. As always, viewers, the biggest stories on the show. And I begin with a question tonight. Should Amitabh Bachchan be stopped from casting his vote in Mumbai just because he belongs to Allahabad? I'm sure you will laugh at me for asking this question, viewers. But in Kashmir, 25 lakh Indians who have been living there and working there are being told you can't vote in the state because you're outsiders. This is akin to saying that all the people from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh living and working in Mumbai or Delhi should not be allowed to vote there. How can an Indian, viewers, be an outsider in India? For the first time since the abrogation of Article 370, the electoral polls of Kashmir have been updated to give a vote to all adults who reside in the Union Territory. To the existing 76 lakhs, now 25 lakh more voters have been added in the biggest leap towards Sabka Kashmir, Kashmir for all, the total integration of Kashmir with the rest of India. But many in the valley say Biharis and UP wale bhaiyas should not be allowed to vote. Listen in to this xenophobia, viewers.
से कहता हूं और मैं अपने साथियों को, सारी पार्टियों को कहूंगा कि इस सिस्टम को रोको, नहीं तो आपको ये जो यूपी और बिहार के लोग जो हैं ये खा जाएंगे। यहां क्राइम पहले ही बढ़ रहा है, रोज नया नया क्राइम मतलब वजूद में आ रहा है।
This is the last nail in the coffin of electoral democracy here. जम्मू कश्मीर एक लेबोरेटरी बन चुका है बीजेपी के लिए। यहाँ वो तजुर्बा करते हैं, उसके बाद बाहर जाके उसको अप्लाई करते हैं। और जितना भी जो भी कुछ जम्मू कश्मीर में हो रहा है, ये इस फसाड में हो रहा है कि हम जम्मू कश्मीर को मुख्य धारा का हिस्सा बनाना चाहते हैं। हम इसका इंटीग्रेशन करना चाहते हैं कंट्री के साथ.
We sincerely hope that the Chief Election Commissioner of Leh and Ladakh is working to establish free and fair elections in J&K rather than cementing or ensuring hike in number of voters for one particular party.
Viewers, one doesn't know what to say. What these xenophobes are essentially saying is that you, that is the rest of India, can come as tourists to our valley. You can live and work